The Kiss Holiday knows in her heart that there are too many disadvantages when her films directly compete with Harry's. We have to find a way to let people know that our film is better than Harry's movie, Kiss Holiday murmured. Now the box office of blockbusters represents everything. Only when the box office was high, the audience will think it was a good film. The higher the box office is, the greater number of people want to see the movie. Just like a snowball, the audience will keep growing in size. Therefore, Kiss Holiday was considering how to suppress Harry's Doomsday Legends when the film was released. Let's make a strategy to raise the box office in the first few days of the release, Kiss Holiday said. Kiss Holiday, this is so easy to do, a group of people laughed. Yes, call all your fans to watch the movie. Your fans will make sure your movie leads the box office this race. At this time, a man pondered for a long time and said, Kiss Holiday, I have a good idea. With that, he whispered in her ear. Kiss Holiday smiled. She liked this man's proposal. Kiss Holiday, the ticket price of Doomsday Legend has come out. The basic price is $12. Only $12? What's the matter? Some people were surprised. Yes, the ticket of our movie is $16, much higher than our competitors. Will this affect our overall box office revenue? It's a price war. Isn't it a malicious competition? A group of subordinates said one after another. In fact, Harry didn't mean that at all. When the price was initially set, Kiss Holiday's film had not been set. Harry didn't have to lower the box office price of his films in order to compete with his rivals. But Kiss Holiday laughed. It's foolish not to make money. Her subordinates immediately echoed. Yeah, what Kiss Holiday said is correct. Our films are quality blockbusters. Of course, we have to have a price that is worthy of this quality product. Yes, yes, a real blockbuster has a no low price promotion. I don't think the opponent has enough confidence. Our movie tickets are sure to sell well this time. After this discussion, Kiss Holiday's team became full of confidence. At first, Kiss Holiday was worried that she could not compete with Harry. Now she feels that after her film was released, she will definitely win at the box office. After a few days, the two films finally came out. On the day of the show, Harry took Juniper, June, and Holly to Florida. Harry chose a luxury cinema of Livingston Cinema line in the center of the city to see how the audience would react to the movie. Harry saw countless people were queuing up to buy tickets for his movie. Harry stood in line with the ordinary audience and watched the actual situation of ticket sales. Most of the audience came for the film Doomsday Legend. Harry was in no hurry and quietly listened to the discussion of the people in front of him. A couple was in line ahead of Harry. The woman was asking her boyfriend, Honey, do you think we'll see the Doomsday Legends or see Sky Castle? Without hesitation, her boyfriend said, Of course it's Doomsday Legends. Why? Because it looks better. The man didn't tell the truth. In fact, the reason he really wanted to see it was Celeste. But his desire to survive in front of his girlfriend prevented him from telling the truth. The other couple chose the movie Sky Castle. The woman was a little reluctant. The ticket price of Doomsday Legends is only $12. Why do you want to buy expensive movie tickets? You don't get it. The cheap ticket means the movie is not so good, said the boyfriend. That can't be the reason for the cheap price, countered the girlfriend. Harry was shocked to hear this. He never thought people will misunderstand the less ticket price for inferior quality. Finally, in front of the counter, the conductor asked, Welcome to our cinema, sir. Harry enthusiastically said, Doomsday Legends, 4 tickets. Sir, we have ordinary auditorium, deluxe private room, and single room for lovers. Which one would you like? Harry looked back and asked, I have 4 people here. Can I sit in a luxurious private room? Yes, sir. There are 4 rooms. The total price is $120. Would you like to pay in cash or scan the code? Asked the cinema conductor. Scan the code. Harry then took out his mobile phone and scanned it. After successful payment, he got 4 movie tickets. The whole price of a deluxe 4-person private room was $120, which was not cheap. However, the environment inside was very good. There was no interference and there was no noise from other viewers. Besides, there were free cold drinks and snacks in the private room, and the sofa seats for watching movies were much more comfortable than ordinary seats. Harry was with 3 girls. It's much better to go to the private room than sit with the crowd. Seeing that Harry bought tickets for the luxurious private room, some people in the back line were envious. Although ordinary people couldn't afford to spend more than $100. But there were a lot of young couples who were not happy, especially girls. dragging their boyfriends to buy the costlier ticket. Look at the deluxe private room ticket set this man just bought. Let's go to the private room too. It's noisy in the hall. The ticket price for a couple's room was more than $50. That's a lot to spend on a 2-hour movie experience. After seeing Harry buying the costly tickets and take the three girls upstairs to the cinema, everyone was stunned. The winner of life. Why are they so beautiful? I'm not happy. Why didn't I take the three girls upstairs? The ticket Harry bought just now was not a private room for independent screening, but a semi-enclosed private room with an opening to see the screen on the second floor of the screening hall. This was the place Harry specially bought. In addition to not being disturbed by others, he can also see how the audience react when they watch the movie. In fact, the premiere of Harry's apocalyptic movie is very low-key. According to the convention in the circle, the premiere of a movie was usually ceremonious and grand. During the release, the cast will also go on stage to interact with the audience. But after Harry thought about it, he canceled the project, as it's not too late to hold a premiere ceremony after the second film is released. Unexpectedly, Harry's action caused dissatisfaction in the audience. Most of the fans who came out to watch the movie at the premiere felt special, and they boast about the experience to their peers. Especially in Florida, fans were looking forward to meeting their favorite stars for selfies and reels that they can share online. But the premiere was so low-key that the audience felt cheated for being deprived of the chance of meeting their favorite stars and seeing the movie before the official release. What's the matter? Is the movie Doomsday Legend so shabby that it didn't have a premiere ceremony? Are the producers out of money? It's funny. You've used hundreds of millions for the movies and you can't spare some money for the premiere? Well, I don't know what the producers are up to. I thought I could finally see my favorite idols at the premiere. I'm disappointed that the premiere was a hush-hush event. The audience complained that they couldn't interact with their idols face-to-face. They were really unhappy. Harry listened to the following audience's discussion with a smile. He realized that it was really his fault. Although the premiere ceremony is not necessary, everyone has to do it. If it's not done, the fans feel bad. With this experience in mind, Harry felt that when the next movie, Giant Legend, was released, he had to hold a grand premiere ceremony to make up for this mistake. Brother, what are you doing? Sit down. The movie is about to start. Juniper sat on the sofa, shaking her legs and urged. Oh, don't you want some popcorn? I'll get you one, Harry asked. I don't want anything here. It's all cold. I like the hot one just made. Juniper looked at the free popcorn in the private room with a look of disgust. You're very picky, Harry said with a smile. The popcorn buckets in the deluxe private room were put in advance. It would be cold, compared with the one just out of the pot. With that, Harry turned around and went out to buy something fresh. Sit down, sir. I'll go, June said. Well then, 4 large buckets, Harry nodded. Come on, we can get the popcorn later. The movie's gonna start, Juniper began to urge. Children are always much excited about watching movies, and Juniper wanted to see the wonderful performances of the good-looking stars in the cast. Since living in the manor of Allen Island, in addition to completing the tutoring every day, Juniper had been running to the shooting scene of Moon Island in her spare time. Her cheerful and lively character was loved by all the people in the cast. Especially those actresses who want to get close to Juniper and then get close to Harry make Juniper happy. Not long after the movie started, June came back with 4 barrels of popcorn in her arms. In the ordinary seats on the first floor, with the beginning of the film, the uproar of discussion gradually subsided and everyone focused on the film. It had to be said that the Doomsday Legends was really good. Even Harry, who knows the whole story of the movie, was now enjoying it. Harry spent a lot of money to create the special effects of the war sequences. The effects finally showed the power. The magnificent scene and elaborate details fill every frame of the picture. Even the most critical audience has nothing to say. It's incredible. Cool, this movie's so cool. This is how good special effects are now? Sitting in the private room upstairs, Harry could hear the audience's praise. At the beginning, those fans who came to see the film for their favorite idols had already put their mind into the plot and totally forgot about their idols. It was said that the best movie was to let the audience forget the actors, and only the profound plot was the best way to express. Although this view was somewhat one-sided, there was a certain truth. At this point in the cinema, the audience was completely immersed in the world of Doomsday Legend, unable to extricate themselves. Until the end of the film screening, there were still many viewers sitting on the seat, unwilling to get up, a look of endless aftertaste. Good movies always make people feel that the time passes quickly. Harry and Juniper were complaining about why they don't make movies longer. It's only 2 hours and I still want to watch more, which makes Harry laugh. Walking out of the screening hall, Harry noticed the comments of the audience around him. No surprise, they were all well received. The same people who came out of the screening hall next door were on the contrary. They were all swearing after watching the Sky Castle. They looked like they were being forced to eat gross food. I enjoyed watching the Doomsday Legends just now. Should we buy the Sky Castle? It's all blockbusters. I think it's good. Just after watching Doomsday Legends, a couple discussed. Both boys and girls were very satisfied with the film just now, so they discussed whether to watch another one. But one of the boys thought about it and saw that the next room had finished showing. He pulled the audience out of the Sky Fortress and asked, "Hey brother, you just finished watching the Sky Castle. How about the film? Is it good?" "What rubbish. I wasted $16. "Why, isn't it good? I'm going to buy tickets with my girlfriend." "I advise you to save it. It's just rubbish." "Oh, it's so bad." "If you don't believe you can go and have a look for yourself, as long as you don't regret it, I'd like to ask you whether Doomsday Legends looked good." Hearing this, the boy immediately put up his thumb. "Absolutely. Good looking, cool from head to toe. It's an explosion." "I knew this movie would be so terrible. I would have bought the ticket of Doomsday Legends. Now it's okay. All the pocket money saved fed the dog. It's really bad luck." Then he walked out of the cinema. After listening to the discussion, Harry was also curious. Listening to the tone of the other party, his holidays movie should have reached a certain level of bad quality. Otherwise, it would not have made the audience so angry. As for the difference, it's hard to say if you don't see it with your own eyes. Holly, standing on one side, asked in a low voice, "Is the Sky Castle your competitor?" "Yeah, it seemed to be very good. None of these audience have good comments." Harry touched his chin and said, "Brother, shall we go and have a look?" Juniper proposed. Holly said, "No, let's not see it. We don't want to help our competitors increase their box office." Harry said with a smile, "Didn't matter to have a look. We're only 4 people." Then he went back to the ticket counter and bought 4 tickets for the luxurious private room of Sky Castle. Harry was really curious. What kind of movie did Kiss Holiday make the audience walk out of the cinema so angry? Because it was the first day, the audience was almost full. Harry still pays attention to the audience, listening to other people's talks. "I've heard that people who have just watched this movie are swearing after going out. It seems like it's not very good." "It's not necessary that one movie can be appreciated by everyone. Maybe those people just don't like this movie as per their own taste." "Well, that makes sense, but I just came after watching Doomsday Legends. I have to say, it was really a great movie." "Yeah, I just finished watching it too. I think Doomsday Legend is definitely a milestone movie." "Then look at the Sky Castle. 2 movies are similar in type." As the lights in the projection hall went out, the conversation gradually subsided and everyone began to watch the film seriously. But even in the first 10 minutes, some people could not bear it and began to scold. "What rubbish is this? It's insulting to the intelligence of our audience. Did the screenwriter and director freeze their brains when they were filming? What a snooze. Almost fell asleep. Don't look, don't. It's really boring. What are you going to do? This kind of rotten film costs $16. I spent $16 to watch it. It's like robbing money. Doomsday Legend is so good. Ticket price is only $12. In the luxurious private room, Harry looked at the scene with pride. He didn't expect that the audience would react so much. But to be honest, Harry also thinks that the movie Sky Castle was boring, with countless pointless scenes. The special effects were even worse. What's more, it's full of embarrassing performances and passages. I couldn't watch them anymore. Don't mention the audience clamoring for a refund. I wasted more than $100 in vain. It's no wonder that after watching it, the audience felt so bad. The movie hasn't finished yet, except for the audience who fell asleep when they were bored. Others left one after another and went to the cinema to refund their tickets. However, Harry also knows that movie tickets were not returned after purchase, so he will not join in the fun. He picked up his belongings and left the cinema. After leaving the door, looking at the chaotic scene in the ticket hall of the cinema, even young Juniper could not help sigh. Brother, how did you say this kind of rotten film was made? Even if you find a fool, you couldn't make it so bad, can you?" Harry shakes his head and smiled. He didn't say anything. There were many reasons for this situation, and it cannot be explained in one or two sentences. Looking back at the chaotic movie theater, Harry smiled and feels that he was right to not use his relations and power to squeeze his holidays movie out of the schedule. This movie was really right. If there was no contrast, how can everyone know if Harry's own blockbuster was good? But now it's true that Harry's Doomsday Legends is a blockbuster, but this holiday Sky Castle was not even a hit. It should be regarded as a flop. The first group of viewers who finished watching Sky Castle left the cinema regretfully, and the second group of people who went to see the Sky Fortress after watching Doomsday Legends was even more miserable. With the first movie as a reference, the Sky Fortress would be even more unattractive. On the second day, Manson returned to the manor. He ran over excitedly. Boss, the box office statistics of the first day have come out. Guess how much collection we have made? With a smile, Harry motioned to Manson to sit down and said, Okay, don't play tricks. How much was it? 21.36 million. Record-breaking, boss. On the first day of a release, the box office exceeded 20 million. Our film is a blockbuster, Manson said with dancing hands and feet. Earlier, he used to be unhappy, looked down upon, ridiculed, and suppressed by his peers. Now, Doomsday Legends broke the box office record on the first day of its release. Such a brilliant achievement can make him proud for several years. Harry didn't feel proud. The key was that he had too much money. The box office of more than $20 million was not enough. It was his pocket money. How can he get excited? Boss, this was the first day for us. The next few days will be a period of box office surge. I estimate that according to this situation, we can win over 40 million box office by tomorrow. Harry was very calm and asked, How much was Kiss Holiday's film box office? I didn't investigate. I'm going to watch our own box office. Just a moment, I'll have someone check it. As Manson said, he got up to make a phone call. The box office statistics of films were collected by the National Cinema. Generally speaking, this data couldn't be fake. The Manson's face became very ugly when he was on the phone, and he was still confused. Well, how could it be? Was there a mistake? Go and check again. Was there a mistake in the data collected by the cinema? Manson said in amazement. Sir, I have repeatedly confirmed several times. It's definitely not the data that was wrong. I don't understand this. The person on the phone was also puzzled. Harry looked at Manson with the wrong look and asked, What's the matter? Manson hung up the phone, sat on the sofa, saying, Boss, the first day box office of Sky Castle's 35.5 million. Harry was also confused. No, isn't it a mistake? Harry asked the same way. Manson shook his head. Shouldn't be true. My subordinates have confirmed it several times, so I can understand why the box office of Sky Castle was so much higher than yours. It's not only Manson who didn't understand, but also Harry. Yesterday, when he went to the cinema, he saw it with his own eyes. The audience's views of the two films were diametrically opposite. Harry's films were highly praised, while Kiss Holiday's films were full of abuse. It's unreasonable that the box office of this kind of super bad film was so much higher than that of Harry's. It's not reasonable at all, and it didn't make any sense. Harry thought about it carefully and thought that if the data was true, there was no error. Then was it true that some people like to watch such a big rotten film? Harry was not sure about this. After all, he only went to one of the thousands of cinemas in the country. Statistically speaking, he couldn't represent all the cinemas. But The Sky Castle was indeed a rotten film. No doubt Harry has seen this with his own eyes. Even the audience who was in the same screening hall with Harry yesterday could not bear it to finish the movie and left in the middle. Harry was puzzled. There was no reason why his aesthetic standards were so poor. Why was the box office so high? And Manson's eyes had no spirit at this time. He was paralyzed on the sofa. Boss, the responsibility lies with me. I didn't make the film well. You have given me so much support. Whether it's money, social connections, or actors, they were all top-level resources, but I failed to live up to your trust. Manson felt that the facts were in front of him. It was too late to say anything. The box office decided everything. This time he still lost, and he lost completely. Harry gave him unlimited trust and support, and many popular stars participated in the performance, but he failed to achieve satisfactory results. At this moment, Manson's heart was full of remorse. Harry shook his head and comforted. Come on, it's just a little bit short on the box office. It's still the box office on the first day. There's still 2 months to go. It's early to draw a conclusion now, Manson said. No, the box office on the first day is very important, but or more than 10 million less than others, the gap will get bigger and bigger next. Well, I don't think you're right. It's just the first day. Harry frowned and thought, I couldn't say, but I think it's very strange and unreasonable. Did you go to see the movie Sky Castle yesterday? Harry spoke. Manson shook his head. No, on the film premiere day, I'm too busy. How can I go to the cinema? Harry nodded. I went to see the movie Sky Castle. It's just a super bad movie. In the movie theater, the audience couldn't stand it and started arguing for a refund after less than 10 minutes. Ah, isn't it? What else? Manson said unexpectedly. That's why I think it's very strange. Harry couldn't figure out how Kiss Holiday's bad movie got such a high box office. In another city, Kiss Holiday was enjoying another flattery. On the day of the premiere of her film, the box office of her film was overwhelming, and her achievement of more than $35 million was simply the highest. Kiss Holiday, we've made a lot of money this time. The box office is booming. Yes, it's so beautiful. The first day's box office performance of more than $30 million is so unique in history. This was the result we can achieve under the wise leadership of Kiss Holiday. Kiss Holiday is so wise. In my opinion, the cast of Doomsday Legends is going to die crying in the toilet. It's only more than 20 million. It's not our opponent at all. Her subordinates were happy, and Kiss Holiday also quietly laughed for a while. After that, she asked one of them in a low voice, What you did before must be kept secret. Never let it out. Don't worry, Kiss Holiday. I've done a good job, even if some people doubt it. Anyway, the box office statistics are true. The hand complacently answers away. Well, if you don't get drunk today, cheers. Kiss Holiday stood up and motioned with her glass. Thanks. Her side of a group of people in the carnival and the internet were not calm. After the first day of screening, from the next day, those who have seen the Sky Castle movie began to complain online. Things began to ferment slowly. From the beginning of the scattered, soon formed a wave of public opinion. Have you seen the Sky Castle and tell me what you feel after watching it? Someone asked online. Damn it, this was a bad movie. Whoever looked at it will regret it. I'm blind. Yeah, the $16 I love, it's like burning cash. You're right, this movie is so bad. It's worse than anything I've seen. There's nothing worse than this one. Really? I'm going to go see it today. It's better not to watch it. Doomsday Legends, it was 10,000 more times better than this movie, and the ticket price is low. I advise you to watch Doomsday Legend. Harry's previous doubts have now been answered. The aesthetic taste of the audience was normal. No one thinks that Sky Castle was a good movie. Soon the public opinion that Sky Castle was a rotten movie made to the headlines, and the high heat couldn't be reduced. At ordinary times, this kind of publicity was definitely what everyone wanted, but now it's different. Kiss Holiday's banquet was not over. Her assistant looked at the mobile phone, immediately flustered, report from the current situation. Kiss Holiday, it's bad. And now we've been scolded miserably on the internet and we've all made headlines. What? We will be scolded for such a good box office? Was there someone who maliciously bought the troll army to engage us? Kiss Holiday took a quick look at the mobile phone. Hold, Curse it. Anyway, the verdict of the box office is in front of you. She knows that this kind of public opinion will certainly have a bad impact on the film's reputation. Whether it was a good public opinion or bad public opinion, the effect was the same. It will always attract more people to buy the tickets so as to go to the cinema to confirm whether it was such a bad film. Kiss Holiday, I think it's better to deal with the current public opinion. We can't just sit quietly. Yes, Kiss Holiday, if we don't do something to deal with it, it won't make those who criticize us more arrogant. Kiss Holiday thought about it and nodded. Okay then, say something on the internet. So she took out her cell phone and took a picture of the party. Uploaded to the microblog, the post said, The box office performance on the first day is more than 35 million, breaking the historical record. Facts speak louder than words. There will always be people watching good movies. Let's have a dinner to celebrate. After sending this microblog, it immediately caused a great uproar after being read by netizens. Especially those who have watched the movie feel that their lungs were going to explode. It is a big, bad movie, but it's still quibbling. It's just lying, and some people who understand it see something strange in it. Not quite right. The Sky Castle is so rotten. Why was this box office so high? Yeah, I feel suspicious for a long time. Is there something fishy in it? Couldn't. Box office data or third party cinema statistics, there can be no fake. That's even more puzzling. The box office of such a good movie as Doomsday Legends is only 20 million. How did Sky Castle get more than 35 million on the first day? Was it because I don't understand that this is actually a good movie? You don't have to doubt yourself. This movie is super bad, no doubt. From the beginning of The Curse repeatedly to now, netizens began to gradually question the authenticity of Kiss Holiday's film box office. Netizens with contacts and abilities quickly picked out the statistical data table in the cinema. After careful calculations, they found that the box office was real, there was no fraud, and that the data was not wrong. This result makes many people feel irregular, like Harry, deeply suspicious. It's clearly a bad film. How does the box office go up? It was also said that the domestic film market was now incurable. Good movies don't get box office, but bad movies were popular, although the word of mouth had been bad, but there will be people to buy. Among the innumerable doubts, Dowsy.com, a professional film review website, also opened a scoring channel for the two films. Not surprisingly, the results given by netizens can reflect the real situation. Doomsday Legends 8.9, Sky Castle 4.5, almost double the gap. In the manner of Allen Island, Manson looked at all kinds of information on the internet. Boss, on this website, our movies were still highly rated, while Kiss Holiday's movies are almost all poor rated. After Manson saw the score and review, he got some comfort. What's the use? Online ratings couldn't be used at his box office. The box office gap between the two films was a barrier he couldn't get over. So far, it has cast a shadow in his heart. Well, don't think about these things. Go back and have a good rest and wait until tomorrow to see what's going on. Harry waved. It took time to count the box office of the cinema. Harry thinks that there was something strange about the box office. But was there any obvious evidence to prove that Kiss Holiday's box office was something doubtful? They can only wait to see the next day's box office results. After waiting another day, Manson came back to report box office statistics again. When Harry saw that he was mourning, he knew that the situation was not optimistic. So he asked, "Tell me, how much was the difference today?" Manson said dully, "Our box office was 31 million. His holidays was 43 million. Huh, that's not bad news. We've gone up more than 10 million, Harry said with a smile. The box office of the movie was higher than that of the first day, which was very normal. The only abnormal thing was that Kiss Holiday's bad movie was still the trend of high box office growth, which was very puzzling. As soon as Harvey entered the door, he said to Harry, "Harry, I've seen the box office data today, but it's still the real data." Harry asked, "I don't doubt that the data was fake. I just don't understand. How can so many people go to see Kiss Holiday's rotten film?" Harvey, this was a bit strange, but Kiss Holiday is an icon in the domestic entertainment circle. I think the box office in the first few days should be supported by fans themselves. So fans spontaneously buy tickets to support their idols. It's still impossible to take out their money without limit. After all, Kiss Holiday's film box office was still incredibly high. She has fans, and the stars here are no less than her. It's not true that only Celeste and Issa Ivy were the top stars. Which one has more fans than Kiss Holiday? Manson has doubts about the idea that the fans buy tickets. It's meaningless to compare the box office with the number of fans because Kiss Holiday has no advantage at all. Now Harry's mind was in a mess. Since we were dominant in all factors, why was the box office still less than Kiss Holiday's? I also feel very strange about this. I think the problem may lie in the statistics of our cinema. Harry, wait a minute. I'll send my confidants to investigate again. Harvey said and took out his mobile phone. He ordered the cinema to investigate carefully what's going on in this and whether it's really tricky. After a long time, Harvey's subordinates gave back the information. After listening on the phone, Harvey was stunned for a long time. After putting down the phone, he sighed heavily. Ugh. Harry, the problem really lies with me. Harvey was very helpless to say. What's the matter? Harry asked. There's something wrong with the movie theater. Kiss Holiday was quite shady, but she used this method. It's really irritating, Harvey said. What's the matter? Manson couldn't hold his breath. Before the show, Kiss Holiday sent people to buy most of the seats in the cinema. When the audience bought tickets, it seemed that they bought tickets for Doomsday Legends, but in fact, the ticket stub was from Sky Castle. What? Manson stood up in surprise. How can she do that kind of thing? Harry was also surprised. Harvey nodded. It had been confirmed that not only our Livingston cinema, but also other cinemas have been bought by Kiss Holiday. In the final analysis, it's my fault that the management of the following cinemas are not strict enough, which makes Kiss Holiday exploit the loophole. Kiss Holiday is too insidious. I wonder why she has such a good box office for a big, bad film. It turns out that she stole it all. Manson was really angry this time. Harvey was even more embarrassed. In this matter, it's really something wrong with his management. Harry, it's my fault anyway. Harvey was very sorry. Harry waved his hand. It's okay. We don't have these manners between brothers. You don't have to worry about it. Harvey shook his head. No, it's obviously a box office fraud, a blatant attempt to steal the box office. I'll give Kiss Holiday an unforgettable lesson. Now that we know what's going on, we have to kill her plan. It's disgusting to steal our box office, Manson said angrily. Well, the question is, do we have evidence? Harry inquired. Harvey nodded. Yes, I'm going to announce the truth, and all the employees who helped Kiss Holiday steal the box office will be dismissed. In the matter of stealing the box office, Kiss Holiday really made a good move, but it was just disgusting. Although it seemed that she had bought thousands of tickets from cinema, in fact, she has not paid much for it. As long as the staff in charge of selling tickets in each cinema were bribed with a small amount of money, this matter will be done. No one would have thought that someone would steal in broad daylight and exchange the movie tickets of Doomsday Legends for Sky Castle. After the final box office data comes out, it was still true. Kiss Holiday's film box office was absolutely false, and it was not known how many tickets were stolen. A conservative estimate, at least 67% of the film's collection was all of Doomsday Legends. Harry sighed. Kiss Holiday is really unscrupulous. No wonder we couldn't understand it at that time. Manson said angrily. In this way, the box office of a film on the first day can almost exceed 40 million. As a result, this woman stole more than half of it. Yes, if the box office record was 40 million the first day, it will create a record that it never appears. What a pity. Harvey sighed. Then he said to Harry, Harry, don't worry. I'll make Kiss Holiday pay for this. All right, I'll leave it to you. Harry nodded. He realized that it was time to give Kiss Holiday, this scamming person, some lessons. Since the problem lies in Harvey's management, it's not convenient for Harry to do it himself. It's just right to give it to Harvey. Not long after Harvey left, the official website of Harvey Cinema released a statement. Due to the illegal operation of the producer of the movie Sky Castle and the theft of the box office of the Doomsday Legend, the facts are clear, and the evidence is conclusive. The cinema will give the corresponding punishment. From now on, the cinema will draw the movie Sky Castle and never show it. In addition, the producers of Sky Castle films are listed in the list of fraud company. In the future, other related films of the producers are not allowed to be shown in Livingston Cinema. As soon as the news came out, the whole internet was in an uproar. The public opinion aroused by the incident was just like dropping a nuclear bomb on the calm water, which immediately exploded. What's the situation? Stealing box office? And this kind of scam? The netizens were surprised. Who can tell me how to steal the box office? I haven't been to school. Please make me understand. Some people don't believe it. But soon, someone came forward with the evidence spontaneously. Nowadays, many people buy tickets online and then go to the cinema to scan the code and print out the ticket. Of course, some people think it's troublesome, so they don't want the ticket stub. Anyway, no one will pay for it. But the evidence was just reflected in the neglected ticket stub. Those who got to see Doomsday Legends will find the ticket stub of Sky Castle. Although the title shows Doomsday Legend could carefully scan the QR code on the ticket stub to show the Sky Castle. After some people exposed this kind of operation on the internet, many people immediately checked the stub they still kept. The result was that, without exception, I went to see Doomsday Legends, but after scanning it out, it was the Sky Castle. Now more people were supporting Doomsday Legends. I went to see Doomsday Legends just to support my idol Celeste. Who are you, Kiss Holiday? How can I change my ticket into your movie? Countless curses were raised again, but Kiss Holiday's fans were not happy. How can our idol be scolded by the facts we're in front of us and it's hard to refute them, so we have to distort the facts and sophistry? We don't have to carry this guilt. The operation of Livingston Cinema was done by the internet staff in their cinema. How can outsiders do this? That's it. It's clear. Sean's the one who framed it. Livingston Cinema Lines stands up and returns our Empress's innocence. This was a certain truth in what these people say. It's the first time they've heard about the operation of stealing box office. It seemed very simple, but in fact, it's not something ordinary people can do. At least there were thousands of cinemas in Livingston Cinema. It's not very difficult for all the tickets in the cinema to be secretly replaced by Kiss Holiday's films. However, the cinema line soon came out to bite in the face. And of course, it was their internal staff who were bribed. After a thorough investigation, it was found that the online ticket selling backstage maintenance personnel of the cinema line have been bribed by the Sky Castle producer, and now the relevant personnel have been punished. The following was the personnel list and penalty terms. Detailed evidence had been exposed by the cinema's official one after another, and all the doubters have nothing to say. Netizens were now all pointing the finger at Kiss Holiday, who let her make the film. Especially those who bought tickets for the movie of Doomsday Legend, but were secretly replaced by Sky Castle. Some of them were fast, even the indictment had been written. Kiss Holiday, you come out. I promise to not kill you. It's disgusting. It's a man of honor in the entertainment industry. How can you do such a thing? Fortunately, we still feel that the Sky Castle had broken the record. It turns out that it's all a fake. Couldn't your conscience hurt to deceive your feelings? Everyone boycott the Sky Castle. You couldn't see such rubbish. You still want to boycott? I didn't see that this cinema had been forced to draw, and it's not over. Kiss Holiday seemed to have been blocked by this cinema. As the celebration banquet continued, Kiss Holiday was very proud. But as the old saying goes, happiness brings sorrow. Kiss's assistant, flustered, ran to the way. Kiss Holiday! Kiss Holiday! The news is not good! What's the matter with all this flurry? Kiss Holiday was very dissatisfied with the reprimand. The assistant quickly reported. No, Kiss Holiday, you were blocked. He's court-lined you. What are you talking about? Why did the cinema block Kiss Holiday? Did they lose their intelligence? Kiss Holiday's film broke the record. They'll make fun of us with their rumors on the internet. Kiss Holiday's men were shocked. The news was officially released by the cinema line. They also said that... The assistant hesitated. Kiss Holiday slapped the wine glass heavily on the table. What else did they say? Speak quickly. The assistant said, It's because we stole the box office, so we're making the punishment. What? Stealing the box office? No way we stole the box office. Whose box office did we steal? After listening to the little assistant's words, Kiss Holiday's cold sweat came down. In her heart was a clatter. No one knows better than her that she really stole the box office to get such a good result. Now that the truth had been revealed, the shock was expected to explode. Regardless of the doubts of her subordinates, Kiss Holiday quickly took out her mobile phone for online inquiry. As a result, as soon as the mobile phone was turned on, countless messages poured in, and the prompt tone of the mobile phone became a headache. Finally, the system could not handle it, and the phone crashed directly. At the beginning of the banquet, Kiss Holiday turned off her mobile phone because she didn't want to be disturbed. After the incident was exposed, countless netizens left messages on Kiss Holiday's microblog and angrily scolded her. Now, as soon as she turned on the phone, the overwhelmingly scolding caused her mobile phone to go down. Come on, give me your cell phone. Kiss Holiday grabbed her assistant's mobile phone in a hurry. After opening it, Kiss Holiday almost fainted when she saw it on the internet. She didn't expect that such a secretive thing she did would eventually be discovered and also produced irrefutable evidence. In fact, Kiss Holiday deserved it. If the film she made was not so bad, it would not cause so many people to doubt the box office. But The Sky Castle was a big, bad movie, a super bad movie. This kind of bad movie has never got a record box office. Even a fool knows that there was something fishy in it. Kiss Holiday, what should we do? Let's do something quickly. Livingston Cinema had already issued a ban order. We have to arrange crisis public relations solutions as soon as possible. The subordinates were also flustered, and more people were looking stressed and thinking about their way out. These people who eat with her don't want to be implicated because of this. They all have to earn monies to support their families. Anyway, Kiss Holiday was responsible for this situation. Other people should find another way out as soon as possible. Just when Kiss Holiday was out of their wits, just when Kiss Holiday was out of her wits and trying to find a way, some people had already left quietly at the banquet. But Kiss Holiday's little assistant didn't run. He was Kiss Holiday's relative. She earned a high salary here. No one will take her in other places. She racked her brain to find a way. Kiss Holiday, why don't we hold a press conference and apologize? How is it useful to apologize? Kiss Holiday sneered. Oh, by the way, didn't you connect with the chairman of the cinema line before? This old man also sent you the best jade because of the disaster relief. You go to him and ask for mercy, little assistant said in a hurry. Kiss Holiday's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, why didn't I think of it? I can beg for mercy from Mr. Livingston. Thinking of this, Kiss Holiday quickly called Mr. Livingston, but she was disappointed. The phone call was rejected. It's over. It's over this time. Kiss Holiday spread all over. Her mobile phone dropped to the ground, and she was paralyzed in the chair, mouth askew. A stroke. Kiss Holiday, are you okay? What's the matter? No, call an ambulance, quickly. Kiss Holiday couldn't bear the sudden blow. She really had a stroke. Harvey originally wanted to continue to teach her a lesson. When he got the news, he stopped. It would be meaningless to hit her again. But Kiss Holiday's lesson was not over. She has to give Harry an account of the box office that she stole. Harvey reorganized the staff of his cinema line on one side, expelled all those who were in trouble with Kiss Holiday, and then restored the data to calculate the real box office of the two films. As a result, box office of Doomsday Legends was $40.5 million on the opening day, as the Sky Castle was $8.16 million, not even $10 million. Things were back on track. The netizens' anger also gradually subsided. The Sky Castle was cold. Not only had been forced to draw by Livingston Cinema, but also other cinemas boycotted and withdrew the film together. A week later, Doomsday Legends took down the $1 billion box office record. Such exaggerated box office results were unthinkable before, and it had only been a week. Harvey went back to Harry's manor. Congratulations, Harry, the first movie with a big hit. According to the current momentum, it was conservatively estimated that the total box office will exceed $5 billion. Harry said with a smile, Don't congratulate me. The more I earn, the same is true for you. So I still have to thank Harry. Without Harry's films, my cinema line couldn't make so much money. Harvey also laughed. During this time, Randy ran out of sight. It's exactly the same as Harry's guess. He ran out to have fun while his girlfriend was away. Okay, Harry, I'll tell you the truth. Millie will be back tomorrow. I had to take care of my last day of free time. You couldn't let brothers live in dire straits, Randy said helplessly. Harry was not polite at all. I think you're ruthless. Harvey happened to be drinking water, but he spurted it out. Randy said, I beg you, brother, I really want to go out to play tonight. Speaking of this, Harry saw that this guy was really persistent, so he had to agree. Okay, you could tell me where to play. I'll accompany you. Harry nodded. Randy immediately got excited. Let's go to Los Angeles. There's a new club over there. I heard it's very good. Harry was surprised and said, What? So far? It's no big deal. I have my own plane. It'll only take 4 hours of flight. We'll go back in the middle of the night and have a sleep on the plane. In the morning, we'll be back. Harry said, I think you've already planned it. That's right. I call it coming prepared. All right, I can't stand with you. It's frustrating. Let's go now. Okay, let's go now. My brother is with me. Thanks to the complete planning of Allen Island, even a large airport runway had been built. Harry can directly take his own plane from home to Los Angeles. Going abroad was a very troublesome thing for ordinary people. But for Harry, a super rich family, it's as simple as going out to buy groceries. They didn't need to think about anything like passing the customs. When the plane took off, there would have been people who helped to deal with all the problems. After arriving at the capital airport of Los Angeles, even the car was ready. Where did you want to go play? Why did we come here? Harry sat in the car and asked. Randy shook his head. There's just so many interesting places in the world that I couldn't go all my life. I've only gone to a few places. Well, you're quite well prepared. You even have a car. The car that came to pick up Harry was a lengthened version of Lake, which was the same model as the commander's car of the National University of America. This kind of car was not only luxurious, but also world class in protection. Generally speaking, you couldn't buy this kind of car without any power. Randy was the heir of the Banner family, and the Banner family also had a lot of industries in Los Angeles. He can get everything he needs just in one command. I used to come here often in Los Angeles. I have to say, it's really a paradise for men. I think you know what I mean, he added. The three chatted all the way through the city of Los Angeles. Harry looked at the night scene of the city outside and enjoyed the exotic customs for a while. However, in fact, it was not very different from the cities on the East Coast. This time, Randy and Harry were going to the same destination. Because Harry felt that the car he was sitting in was too high profile, he told the driver to find a remote place to stop. They got out of the car and walked to the custom streets. Of course, Harvey was still in a wheelchair. It's just that the wheelchair he was in was electric, but no one had to push it. Harry didn't come out with a guard this time. The three of them were surrounded by Randy and the company bodyguards brought by Harvey. They were all professional elites. Hiding in the crowd was not conspicuous, but also to ensure that in the event of an emergency, the first time to protect the three of them. Unlike at home, although the law and order of the Los Angeles was very good, it was not its own territory after all, so they should take precautions. The custom shop here was also hierarchical. Like shops they open on both sides of the street, they were all for ordinary people. Although the destination Randy was going to was a top club, it was also a place especially for entertaining some rich people. Therefore, the location was relatively to avoid those ordinary stores, but to take it quiet, open in the top floor of the building. This was Harry's first visit to Los Angeles. When he crossed the custom street, the scenery on both sides really opened his eyes. Just like the stores in Florida, it's the same here, but the most special thing was that the goods inside were not goods, but people, and they were all young and beautiful. Along the way, Harry also found some differences, and each store had its own characteristics. Girls were also dressed differently. There were also stewardess, maids, and office workers. They have all kinds of clothes which can satisfy men's fantasies. Looking at Harry's dazzling appearance, Randy bumped into his shoulder with a smile. Harry, don't worry, the things here were very ordinary. Places I take you to are the best. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm just curious. I don't think so much of you. Look, we have to abide by the rules here. Don't take pictures, Randy asked. Harry stretched out his hand, indicating that he didn't take out his mobile phone at all. I know. Ah, how do you know? Have you been here before? I have learned about it on the internet, Harry said. All the way to the middle of the custom street, there was a 10-story building. The whole facade was full of billiards inside the club. Randy pointed to one of them and said, We'll go there later. It's called a Happy Village. It's on the top of the 2 floors of this building. Entering the building, there were many young men soliciting guests in the hall in the front of the door of all the clubs. As soon as the guest comes in, he immediately comes forward. First, he bows at 90 degrees and then makes a lot of polite remarks. Finally, he respectfully presents a pamphlet and sincerely invites the guests to their shop. Although there were many people, the order was very good, and there were no such situations where customers rush up. Harry, although people come and go here all day long, generally there are no conflicts because all the custom industries here were managed by the Manchester Group, Randy said. Harry nodded. He knew a little about this. Many violent organizations were allowed to exist in Los Angeles, and the Manchester Group was the largest one. It was said that the corporation has long been started and recruitment was still very formal. Sometimes in order to generate income of the organization, it also supports subordinates to start their own businesses, which was very wonderful. Among the people who solicit customers, Randy was going to the Happy Town. After handing Harry their business cards, Randy said in a skillful Los Angeles language, Don't be polite. We're going here. Oh, I'm so sorry. 3 distinguished guests. Please follow me, the man said happily. With that, he bowed and motioned to Harry. When they got on the elevator and stood in the elevator room, Harry looked at Randy in surprise. He asked, You could speak the Los Angeles language. Wouldn't you learn it and speak it fluently? But Harvey laughed. I know. This is a dark history. It's about Los Angeles. I've seen a lot of it, and I come to understand it myself. Harry immediately awed Randy. It's so hard to learn it. Randy quickly waved his hand. Listen to me. Don't believe the rumor made by Harvey. I learned by watching Los Angeles animations, but not by myself. Harry raised his hand and said, Okay, I understand. I understand. There's no need to quibble. The elevator soon came to the top floor where the whole place was the Happy Village Club. Walking out on the elevator hall, the corridor was not very spacious, and after pushing the door into the club, Harry felt that he had a unique insight. The hall was full of lights and wine. It has the style of the disco in the 1980s and 1990s. It looked very nostalgic. Many card seats were half open and the guests were almost full. There were also many women who accompanied the wine. They were full of laughter. Around the host, his mother sang. Seeing Harry, three people into the door, immediately warmly welcomed them. Respectful attitude, but people cannot feel the kind of affection to deal with. It was very gentle. Ah, it's a great honor for our club to have a distinguished guest here. Please, come here. Then he beckoned Harry to take a seat. Harry was surprised when he saw Harvey. He didn't expect that people in wheelchairs would come here to spend their time. This kind of spirit was really moving. Harry was still a little bit uncomfortable with Los Angeles's industry habits. Generally speaking, they were in closed private rooms. Whether they were drinking, chatting, or singing, they take good care of the privacy of the guest. Here, there were no private rooms. The people here come to play were all sitting in a hall. The best card seats were only surrounded by three sides, and one side was empty. At most, there was a curtain, not even a door. Harry, it's just like this here. The kind of industry is developed from tradition, and there's basically no change. Harvey said it first. Randy also said, Here, we're just drinking and chatting to relieve the boredom. Later, if there was anyone who liked them, they can chat with others alone. If they were satisfied, they can take them to the hotel to play. There was no service here. Harry nodded silently and then shook his head. I almost let you take me to the ditch. Why would I say that I would take someone to open a room in the hotel? Ah, I'll give you some guidance in advance. Those small shops on the street go in directly to play. It's more elegant here, Randy said with a smile. Harry pointed to his watch and said, All right, go back to play. You look at the time. It's 8 o'clock in the evening now. There's no time for you to relax in the hotel when you go back. It's okay. I'm very fast. Randy said directly. His mouth was bald. It was exactly as Randy had said. The girls working here were all beauties, and they looked gentle and pleasant, as if they could squeeze water out of their faces. He looked very understanding, but after chatting for a while, Harry felt that it was meaningless. The wine here was unique to Los Angeles. The taste was very light. Harry was not very used to drinking it. Although the women were also very good, it was a pity that Harry did not know what they were interested in, so he could not communicate with where the fun came from. He often had to rely on Randy to translate from the middle, which was even more boring. Ah, this place is so fun. Mr. Parker, why do you still want to go out? I've never been to California before. I'll take this opportunity to go out for a stroll. Then I'll go with you, Harvey said. Harry shook his head. Forget it. You haven't even recovered yet, so stop running around. But you don't know the place well. What if you get lost? Harry shook his phone. What era is this? How can you get lost with a GPS? All right, you two can play here. I'm just going to go out for a stroll. Harry said, got up, and said goodbye to the bar girls. After leaving the clubhouse, he took a breath of cool air. Everyone said that the environment in Los Angeles was good. In fact, it was one of the most desirable in the country. He looked at the map on his phone. Harry decided to go downtown for a stroll. He heard that it was the place to go, especially at night. It was extremely fun. He waved at a taxi by the side of the road and chatted with the driver. Although he didn't know where anything was, Harry's phone had artificial intelligence, X. Through X's real-time geolocation, they were able to communicate smoothly. There were a lot of geolocating software available for downloading phones, but none of them were as fast and reliable as X's. The key was that they could show you more accurately what things look like at any time of the day. Even if there were many new buildings, X could show them accurately. The taxi driver quickly understood what Harry meant and started the car to drive towards downtown. Harry leaned against the back of the chair and looked at the night view outside the window. What the driver didn't know was that behind him, there was a car quietly following. That was the bodyguard that Harry and the others had accompanied when they came. Other than protecting Randy and Harvey, who were still in the club, Harry, who had to come out for a stroll, had also sent people to follow and protect them. After arriving the destination, Harry took out a stack of currency from his pocket and paid the fare. This money was given to him by Randy in advance when he arrived. There was about $1 million that he had on hand. Not a lot, but it was enough. Speaking of which, the taxi fare in Los Angeles was ridiculously high. It actually cost $30. After getting out of the car, Harry sighed. His own country was still the best. At least the price of the goods was not so ridiculous, besides housing prices that were always high. For the rich, second generation like him, it was no longer a concern about the price of daily necessities. However, Harry had experienced hardships after all. He knew that it was not easy for ordinary people to live. Therefore, his daily life was not very wasteful. He would be satisfied if he could eat and drink to his heart's content. In downtown, there were also many shops on the streets. There were also many female groups performing. The moving dance and beautiful singing were very attractive. The surrounding fan groups also supported with all their might. Harry stood in the crowd and watched with interest for a while. Speaking of which, the Dream Angel group he formed. They were the same model as the kind of female group, but Harry was willing to spend money to create a momentum. If they wanted to become famous, they had to rely on the support of money and power. Without these two things, they could only be like these girls, singing and dancing on the hard streets and obtaining insignificant exposure. After admiring for a moment in the crowd, Harry turned around and left. He went to a nearby store and wanted to pick a figurine for Juniper from her favorite TV character. Juniper's current age was precisely what she liked, TV. Every day after class, she would sit in front of the computer and watch without playing. After choosing a few, the shopkeeper helped to pack them up and put them in a handbag. After paying the bill, Harry went out. He didn't expect that just as he walked out of the door, a flustered girl would appear in front of him. Harry was caught off guard and didn't have the time to dodge. In the end, both of them crashed into each other and fell to the ground. The girl was fine because she was lying in Harry's arms, while Harry fell solidly onto the hard concrete floor. He immediately grimaced in pain. What was even more unfortunate was that the figurine he just bought was now even warmed in his arms, and it was all broken. "What the hell is going on? Why don't you look at the road when you walk?" Harry sat up and put his arms around his back. After the two of them finished speaking, they stared at each other. The girl who bumped into Harry was also a bit confused. She lied in Harry's arms and kept apologizing. "Can you get up and talk first?" Harry asked. The girl mumbled. The two of them stared at each other again. After a while, the girl finally reacted. She actually spoke in fluent French. "I'm sorry, are you from here?" "You could speak French? You're not from California?" Harry asked curiously. This young girl spoke French in a very genuine manner. She did not have the stiff feeling of a foreigner at all. Therefore, Harry thought that he had met a foreigner. The young girl shook her head. "I'm from California. I'm sorry, sir. I ran too fast. Are you hurt?" Harry only felt pain all over his body from the fall, but it was nothing serious. Bodyguards nearby wanted to come over, but Harry quietly told them to not get near. Harry, who was not familiar with this place, now pretended to be an ordinary person. If the bodyguards came over, the people on the street would feel curious. If it wasn't a big deal. Harry didn't want to expose his unordinary self. "I'm fine. Can you stand up first? If you lie on my body now, I won't be able to stand up." Harry shook his head and said. At this moment, the girl who bumped into Harry realized that she was still lying on top of him. The pedestrians on the street were already pointing at them. People liked to watch the show. Even the people of California were no exception. Especially in a tourist attraction like the downtown, tourists and pedestrians were passing in an endless stream. A beautiful girl bumped into a handsome boy. The two of them even hugged each other on the ground and stared at each other. This kind of scene that only appeared in movies happened right in front of their eyes. Everyone wanted to watch it. "I'm so sorry. I'll get up right now." The girl's face immediately turned red. She apologized while supporting herself and got ready to stand up. Who knew that she might have sprained her ankle when she collided just now? The girl frowned and cried out in pain. She actually lied on Harry's body again. Harry was hit hard on the ground again. The pain that he had just recovered from the hit again. "Sorry, I think I sprained my ankle," the girl said with tears in her eyes. Seeing her pitiful look, Harry instantly controlled his temper. Sighing, he used all his strength to support his body and helped the girl up at the same time. "Thank you." The girl's face, which was almost glowing red, thanked him in a low voice. "No need. Is your foot all right? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Harry asked and looked down. The young girl was wearing a pleated skirt that had just crossed her knee. Her long and slender legs were exposed. Not only was her ankle swollen, but even her knee was bruised. Blood had already seeped out. Seeing her miserable appearance, Harry did not want to blame her for being reckless. He said, "I think your injury is quite serious. You should go to the hospital to take a look." Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head without hesitation. No, I can't go to the hospital." After saying that, a trace of panic appeared on her face. Harry did not understand. Seeing that the other party was unwilling, he could not persuade any more. In any case, they were just strangers that had just met by chance. If he cared too much, it would make people feel that he was up to no good. "Since you aren't willing, then forget it. Be careful when you walk in the future." After saying that, Harry bent over to check the figurines that fell to the ground. A few of them had been broken by the fall, so Harry wanted to buy some more. Just as he was about to leave, a few shouts came from afar. Harry looked over and saw a group of people in black suits running over from the other end of the street. They were staring at the young girl, shouting something that Harry could not understand. He did not know where the Bluetooth headphones had fallen to, but he could not find them. The girl beside him also saw the group of people who had appeared, and her face became even more panicked. Harry turned around and asked, "They're here to find you?" The girl looked around in panic and suddenly hugged Harry's arm and begged, "Please save me. These people want to catch me. I sprained my ankle and I can't run anymore." Harry hesitated. He did not understand the situation and did not want to act rashly. "These people are all bad people. I don't want to be caught by them, please." The girl begged again. At this moment, she looked at Harry as if she had found her only life-saving straw. Her eyes were filled with tears. Harry's heart was in a dilemma. It seemed like this young girl wasn't a bad person, but the ones chasing from afar were quite some thugs. Although he didn't understand the situation, Harry still softened his heart. He gave a look to the bodyguards in the crowd who had been on guard. The bodyguards instantly understood and turned around to block the people chasing them. Due to the large number of Black organizations in Los Angeles, Harry felt that this young girl might have received some kind of threat and did not mind saving the damsel in distress. The bodyguards mixed in with the crowd went to block her. Harry took advantage of the time they had bought and pulled the young girl to escape. "I can't run." After running a few steps, the girl almost fell to the ground again. Her ankle was badly sprained, so she couldn't run. Seeing this, Harry no longer hesitated. "Come onto my back." After saying that, he bent down and carried the young girl on his back. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed. Harry did not say anything else. He ran. Fortunately, he had trained his body a lot. Furthermore, this young girl looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, and her figure was very slim. She weighed about 90 pounds, so it was very easy for him to run with her back on his back. The two of them ran like crazy. Because there was a lot of people on the street, it caused some hindrance to Harry, but it was not a big problem. Under such circumstances, it was actually better to hide in a crowd of people. It was easier to escape from being tracked. Furthermore, Harry did not run around blindly. Along the way, he went down the streets and alleys. Even he himself was running around in circles. When he had run far away, he arrived at a quiet alley. Harry looked behind him and saw that there was no more movement. He gently put the girl back on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. "Ugh, it should be fine here. Who was chasing you just now? Do you want to report the case?" Harry asked. "No, you can't. My family will be in danger." The young girl shook her head. "Then what should we do? Running around like this isn't a solution." Harry frowned. The girl did not know what to do. She looked like she had something to hide, so Harry did not ask. He was in a different place and his power was not here. He could not help even if he wanted to. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? I don't think you have anything on you. Take these and find a proper hotel to stay in. There are security guards there. These people should not barge in." As he spoke, he took out all the money he had on him, leaving only enough money to take a taxi back. The rest was given to the girl in front of him. The girl had an expression of surprise on her face. She subconsciously took the money from Harry. Harry said again, "I'm not from here, and I'm not familiar with the surrounding situation. You could look for the hotel yourself. I should leave now." Oh, right. Your feet should be fine now, right? Can you walk on your own?" Harry asked again with concern. But yes," the young girl replied in a silly manner. "That's good, then goodbye." And he waved to her. He couldn't help. This was the only thing he could do. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to help like Harry. After paying, Harry turned around and walked away. He was about to go to the roadside and get a car to go back when he heard footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw the girl limping and following him. Not far away, Harry asked curiously, "Are you on the way with me?" In the end, as soon as he finished asking, the girl's eyes began to tear up. I, I can't go to the hotel. I still could be caught. I'll also be caught when I go home. I have nowhere to go. Harry scratched his head and felt very helpless. Then what should we do? What is your situation? Can you let me go to your place? Can you help me out? The girl asked while crying. Me? The situation in front of him made him very confused. He went out to the country to stroll on the streets and actually found a beautiful girl. The key point was that she took the initiative to deliver herself to him. She had voluntarily followed him. After a moment of silence, Harry said, "All right, it's not a big deal." When the young girl saw Harry agree, she immediately became happy. Although there was still tears on her face, she quickly said, "Please rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble as long as those people can't find me." "Well, since you want to hide from these people, you can rest assured by following me. I won't let them find you," Harry said with a smile. "Thank you, thank you." The girl kept bowing and thanking him, making Harry feel embarrassed. "Let's go. It won't be safe for you here for long. Let's go and find a taxi first," Harry said. Okay." The young girl was extremely obedient. Harry looked around but did not see a single taxi. He said helplessly, "Where do they go? Let's go and find them." But when he saw the girl limping, it was not convenient to walk, so Harry could only squat down again. "I'll carry you on my back. It's too slow to walk like this." The girl's face was red. She said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." "All right, you don't have to be so polite anymore," Harry said. "Sorry." The girl started to apologize again out of habit. "Look, I'll say it," Harry smiled. This time, even the young girl couldn't help but laugh. And after taking a few steps, Harry asked again, "Oh, right, I still don't know your name." You can just call me Kiki." "Kiki, is this your name?" "My full name is Kiki. May I ask what your name is?" "Kiki, what a nice name. My name is Harry." "Harry, you're the most handsome person I've ever seen," Kiki said quietly while lying on Harry's back. Harry was carrying a beautiful girl on his back as he walked on the streets. The bodyguards who were blocked in his way just now were fighting with the people who came from unknown places. Both sides had quite a number of hands, but they also restrained themselves a bit and did not cause much harm to each other. After seeing that both sides did not take advantage of each other, they tacitly stopped. Harry's bodyguard's task was to block these people and make time for Harry to get rid of them. Seeing that they had achieved their goal, they gave up. As for the other group of people, when they saw the young girl being taken away by Harry, each and every one of them had anxious expressions on their faces. However, these people who had suddenly appeared stopped them from making way. Although they didn't know who the other party was, they didn't seem to have the time to dwell on these matters. After exchanging a few words with each other, these people who came with unknown backgrounds changed their direction to look for her. Harry's bodyguards took a look and let these people leave. After a moment of silence, someone suddenly asked, "No one followed Mr. Parker?" "No, all of us are here." After a moment of silence, everyone turned pale with fright. "This is bad. Quickly, find Mr. Parker." They were all people that Randy had arranged to protect Harry, but in the blink of an eye, Harry had disappeared without a trace. To these bodyguards, this was totally dereliction of duty. Thus, a group of bodyguards panicked and began to look for Harry. The result made them very disheartened, and after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find him. This was Los Angeles, one of the largest cities in the world. Its population is tens of millions. Once they lost someone, it would be no different than finding a needle in a haystack. "No, I can't search randomly like this. I have to inform the young master as soon as possible," someone suggested. "That's right. Mr. Parker isn't familiar with this place. It will be troublesome if he gets lost. Besides, that young girl seems to have gotten into trouble as well. If we don't find Mr. Parker as soon as possible, I'm afraid he will be in danger." "There is no other way. I'll inform the young master now. We'll accept any punishment." The bodyguard said dejectedly, then called Randy. Randy, who was playing happily in the Pleasure Village Club, immediately stomped his feet when he received the call. What the hell? What are you all doing? How dare you throw Mr. Parker away? Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Randy wished he could drag his subordinates over the phone and give them a good kick. What's wrong? Harvey asked in confusion. Randy said anxiously, Men I sent to follow Mr. Parker were separated from him. Now we can't find him. Hurry up and send more men to find him. Harvey was also anxious. Harry's identity was more important than theirs. Although it was very likely that Harry would come back by himself after a while, this was Los Angeles after all. Without bodyguards around, it would be difficult to deal with any situation. If this matter caused Harry to encounter danger, it would be too late for regrets. He turned on the electric wheelchair and was about to go out. Randy stopped him. No, wait a minute. Mr. Parker and the bodyguards are separated. I can call him and ask him about the situation. Harvey was stunned. Yes. I forgot about it when I was anxious just now. Hurry up and make a call. Harry had been carrying a person for a full 2 kilometers, but he had not run into a taxi yet. Harry, you must be tired. Why don't you take a rest first? Kiki asked. Harry smiled. I'm not tired, but what is on your neck? It hurts my back. Oh, sorry. It looks like my pendant I'm wearing. I'll take it off right away. Kiki was stunned for a moment and quickly reached out to take the pendant off. She was originally hugging Harry's neck. With such a movement, her body could not sit stably on Harry's back. She swayed a little and almost fell down. With a cry of surprise, Harry quickly exerted strength in his hands and held Kiki's butt firmly. However, the two of them were already hugging each other very intimately. Under Harry's actions, Kiki cried out in surprise again. She swayed a little and then tightly lied on Harry's back. Harry felt the soft and elastic feeling coming from his hands and immediately felt awkward. On his back, he felt Kiki's body temperature suddenly become warm. In order to stabilize her body, Kiki subconsciously hugged Harry tightly and leaned her head on Harry's broad shoulders. The breaths she breathed out gently drifted around Harry's earlobe. She quietly looked at Harry's side profile and suddenly felt a sense of security and dependence in her heart. At this time, his phone rang. My phone. It's in the pocket of my shirt. Help me take it out. Harry was carrying Kiki on his back. It was inconvenient to answer the phone, so he could only ask Kiki for help. Okay. Kiki reached out and fumbled around. She finally found the phone in Harry's pocket. She took it out and opened it to answer the call. She very attentively placed the phone beside Harry's ear. Hello? Mr. Parker, where did you go? The bodyguard said you were separated from them. Randy asked. Harry carried Kiki on his back and looked around. I don't know where I've gone either. Then he asked Kiki, do you know where this place is? Kiki's face became awkward for a moment. I rarely go out. I'm not very familiar with the city either. He said to Randy helplessly, Don't worry about where I'm at. I'm looking for a taxi. I'll go when I get a taxi later. Only then did Randy feel relieved. Then hurry up and come back. Don't be outside yourself. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you're not familiar with this place. Harry scolded with a smile. Do you think I'm a child? I don't think I could be kidnapped. All right, I'll be back soon. Don't worry. After saying that, he gestured for Kiki to hang up. The call was over. Coincidentally, Harry finally saw a taxi in the distance, so he quickly walked over. He carefully helped Kiki into the car before he got in. Harry told the destination to the driver. When the taxi driver heard the destination, he looked at Harry and Kiki from the rearview mirror. He must have thought that Harry had brought Kiki out from there. Now that he had enough fun, he was ready to go back. Driver started the car and drove towards the destination. As they drove, Harry took out his phone and looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock at night. After meeting up with Randy and the others, it was time to return to the airport. After the taxi started to drive, Kiki secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The nervous expression on her face also relaxed a lot. Due to the darkness in the car, Harry cannot see Kiki's expression clearly. At this time, he was thinking about how to deal with her next. He would be taking his plane back to his home later. He cannot bring her back too, right? After thinking for a while, he asked Kiki, Kiki, what do you plan to do? After I find my friend, I'm returning back home. Kiki was also in a dilemma, and her small face became paler. Harry, I don't know where to go. Can you take me to your home? Harry was stunned. Follow me? But once you leave, won't your family be anxious? Furthermore, aren't you worried about me? Kiki's expression became firm. She shook her head and said, Harry, there are some things that I didn't tell you clearly, but please believe me. I have my difficulties. I can't go back to the family. If possible, please take me with you. Harry covered his forehead. He felt that tonight was really interesting. Suddenly, a young girl whom he just met wanted to follow him. This was simply indescribable. Looking at Kiki's expression, it was obvious that she had something to hide. Harry also didn't want to get to the bottom of this. Since she didn't want to talk about it, it must be a private matter that was inconvenient to talk about. Have you thought about it? Are you really willing to go with me? Harry confirmed again. Kiki still nodded. Yes, I've made up my mind. Only by leaving the city, those people will not be able to find me. Harry had no choice but to say, all right then, since you're willing, I'll take you with me. Don't worry, Harry. I won't give you any trouble after arriving with you. As long as I find a place to stay, I can work and earn and support myself. Kiki was worried that Harry would think she was a burden, so she quickly expressed that she could be independent. Harry smiled and said, That's not necessary. Since I brought you back, I can't just leave you aside, right? Kiki looked at Harry and her face became red again. She said in a daze, Harry, you are really manly like this. Harry was speechless. When Harry got back to the street, he saw Randy and Harvey waiting for him at the entrance of the street as soon as he got off the taxi. The two of them looked worried at first. However, when Harry took out a beautiful girl from the car, both of them were dumbfounded. They looked at each other for a while and scratched their heads in confusion. They couldn't understand what had just happened during Harry's disappearance. Mr. Parker, what's wrong with you? Randy asked with his eyes wide open. Harvey was also confused. That's right, Mr. Parker, this is... Harry, are these your friends? Kiki asked. Oh yeah, why did you two come out? Harry asked. Randy was someone who could not hide his words. We should ask you what's going on. What's wrong with you in such a short period of time? Who is she? Harvey asked with a questioning look in his eyes. Oh, this is Kiki, Harry said. Randy and Harvey looked at the beautiful girl in front of them, who was very close to Harry, being held in Harry's arms. Mr. Parker, I thought you weren't interested, Harvey said in surprise. Randy said in shocked everyone. Oh, I understand now. He likes simple girls, right? That's why he went to the street to look for them. If it wasn't for the fact that Harry was still carrying a person in his arms, he would have kicked that person back to Florida. What nonsense are you talking about? We met by chance. Kiki was in trouble. That's why I saved her, Harry said. Randy smiled vulgarly and waved his hand. Enough. There's no need to quibble anymore. Oh no, there's no need to explain. We all understand. Harvey also smiled. I wanted to wait for you to come back. Then we would go to the airport and return home. Now it seems... Randy snatched it over and said, Now it seems like we don't have to rush back. We need to give Mr. Parker some time. After saying that, he looked at his watch and said, Mr. Parker, 2 hours should be enough, right? She asked Harry, Harry, what are your friends talking about? Ignore these two. They're just talking nonsense after drinking too much, Harry said unhappily. He said to the two again, All right, let's hurry to the airport and return home. Randy was even more confused. That's not right. What about this young lady, Kiki? You just brought her here and that's it? This time, Harry really gave him a kick. What are you talking about? Kiki will go back with us. After saying that, Randy immediately gave Harry a thumbs up. Okay, got it, Mr. Parker. You are the best. You know how to play. Get in the car and leave, Harry said angrily. Randy did not stop talking. Hey, you are right. The bulletproof car drove over. Harry carried Kiki into the car first. Randy and Harvey looked at each other and also got into the car with a smile on their faces. They drove towards the airport. In the car, Kiki looked around for a while and whispered to Harry, Harry, who are you and your friends? This car and the bodyguards behind it all looks very unusual. Harry smiled and said, You don't need to worry. They're all ordinary people. It's just that we all have some money at home. Are you all businessmen? Yes. Oh. Randy, who was sitting in another row of seats, whispered into Harvey's ear. Listen to what Mr. Parker said. He almost fooled the little girl. Don't talk so much. Hey, what's wrong with me talking about it? Randy asked. What a fun thing to do. Mr. Parker is the only one who could bring back such a beautiful and innocent girl when he went out. I'm really envious of him. No, this is too much. Don't talk about Mr. Parker like that. Maybe he just saved her, Harvey said. Randy snorted. Who are you trying to fool? Can you save someone and bring them home? That is true. He looked at the two of them muttering to each other. Kiki very cautiously shrank her body. Hey, the two of you have been muttering since you got in the car. What are you all muttering about? Harry said. Oh, nothing. I'm just curious about Miss Kiki. Did she encounter any danger? Said Randy. Yeah, what kind of danger did she encounter? Mr. Parker, are you all right? Harvey asked as well. Harry shook his head. Well, it can happen to me. The two of you should stop beating around the bush and stop asking about Kiki's situation. This is her private matter. You must learn to respect her. Randy smacked his lips. Did you hear that? We have to learn to respect her. Yes, Mr. Parker is right. Ah, Miss Kiki seems to be injured. It doesn't matter. Why don't we take a look at the doctor first? Harvey asked again. Thank you for your kindness. I'm fine. I only sprained my ankle and scratched my skin a little. It's fine, Kiki said. Harry looked down and saw that the wound on Kiki's knee was still bleeding slowly. He first took a bag of paper from the car and wiped Kiki. Then he said, when we get on the plane, there's a first aid kit over there. I will bandage your wound. Thank you, Harry, Kiki said softly. Looking at this scene, Randy twitched his mouth and poked Harvey with his elbow. He said in a low voice, Hey, did you see that? Kiki's eyes were filled with affection. Clearly, she was taken down by Mr. Parker. He's an expert. Are you really that envious? Of course, Mr. Parker is the only one who have gained something from this trip to California. An ordinary person really can't learn this skill. Randy spread out his hands. When they arrived at the airport and got off the car, Kiki saw the plane that they were going to take and her eyes carried a bit of shock. She asked worriedly, Harry, can you really take me to Florida? Harry comforted her. Don't worry, I've arranged everything for you on the way there. Randy also said, That's right, just board the plane. I guarantee that no one will dare to stop you. On the way to the airport, Randy had ordered his men to take care of everything. The Banner family wasn't considered a top power in Los Angeles, but it was still a first-rate power. Harry's plane was very spacious. Inside the cabin, Randy and Harvey misunderstood Harry. They thought Kiki was brought here for fun. Therefore, they tacitly did not appear in front of Harry again. They went back to their respective rooms and went to sleep. Especially Randy. After the plane arrived at Florida, he had to stay at the airport to pick up Millie. It was already midnight. The interior of Harry's private plane was like a large villa. Randy and Harvey went to rest in the bedroom, while Harry was in the living room smearing blood, clotting, and anti-infection medicine on Kiki's legs. Seeing Harry focusing on applying medicine for her, Kiki's face was so red that it reached her ears. She said softly, Harry, thank you. No need to be so polite. This is what I should do. You're my guest now, Harry said. Kiki hesitated for a moment and asked, Harry, may I ask you something? Yeah, you can ask. Harry wiped the portion and said without looking up, Why did you save me? You should know that under such circumstances, most people would be scared and would not have time to hide. Besides, not only did you save me, you also took the risk of taking me home. Harry put the medicine in his hand back into the first aid kit and said, I just happened to run into you. It was nothing. In fact, Harry did not think too much about it. When he saw so many people chasing a girl with unfriendly expressions, he subconsciously had a desire to protect her. Until now, when he brought Kiki back to the city, it was almost because he saw that she was really pitiful. Furthermore, Kiki's appearance was indeed beautiful. She also had a natural feeling of being delicate and pitiful. It could make any man unable to help but want to protect her and not let her encounter any harm. A few hours later, the plane landed on Harry's Island airport. After Randy and Harvey got off the plane, they did not stop at Harry's place. They took the helicopter back to the city. After Kiki got off the plane, she looked at the surrounding scenery and asked curiously, Is this Florida? Why is it different from what I imagined? Harry asked, Is it different here? Kiki nodded and said, Why is there only one runway on the airport? I can't see any other planes. Also, we seem to be on an island. Harry smiled and said, You're right, we are on an island. Welcome to Allen Island. This is my home. Kiki was stunned for a moment. Ah, you're home? I can't see anyone living here. Could it be that this entire island belongs to you? Yeah, I don't live in the city because it's too noisy. Quieter on the island. Let's go. My manor is right in front of us. You have a manor? Kiki asked in surprise. Yes, it's not a big deal. It can be built with some money, Harry said indifferently. Kiki felt dizzy and did not know how to reply. When she saw Harry's manor that was completely carved out of jade, Kiki's understanding of Harry was refreshed once again. Harry, you should be very rich. Harry scratched his head. Yeah, a little, but not a lot. Kiki pointed at the manor in front of her and drew an exaggerated circle. Such a big palace is made of jade. Harry, you are too modest. She regarded the manor as a palace. Kiki was not the only one who had this feeling. Due to the design of the manor previously, Harry's manor had the style of an East-style building. In addition to the embellishment of the jade, it was completely a jade palace. It was not exaggerated at all. After bringing Kiki into the manor, Harry was also stunned. At this time, the hall of the manor was filled with people. June, Juniper, and Holly were here. Celeste, Issa Ivy, and the other celebrities were also there. You guys, why are you all here so early in the morning? Harry was puzzled. Everyone looked at Harry in unison. They were all silent, which made Harry feel even more confused. Kiki, who followed Harry in, saw so many strangers. She was so scared that she leaned towards Harry. The manor was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. A moment later, "Happy birthday!" Juniper shouted. Then everyone cheered in unison. "Happy birthday!" Along with the cheers, ribbons and balloons were scattered down from the ceiling. Soft music started to play. Harry looked at the scene in surprise and asked curiously, "Who's celebrating their birthday?" Juniper skipped over to Harry's side and pulled his hand. "Of course it's you, brother. Don't tell me you don't even remember your own birthday." Harry pointed at his own nose and said in surprise, "What? My birthday? I really didn't think of this. That's not right. How did you guys know?" June walked out with a smile and said, "Sir, it was Butler Nate who told me. I informed everyone and arranged this birthday banquet for you today." "That's right, big brother. I originally planned to give you a surprise after midnight today. Who knew that you weren't here, so my sisters have been waiting for you until now." Harry looked at everyone and felt touched in his heart. "None of you slept? You waited for me from the middle of the night until dawn?" The girls here were the people closest to Harry. But most of the time, Harry couldn't help but neglect to take care of them. Or rather, he couldn't take care of everyone. But they were still loyal to Harry. How could he not be touched? "Actually, we did not wait until now to sleep. We couldn't hold on till dawn." "Yeah, only June didn't sleep." Juniper pulled June and praised. "Thank you so much, everyone." Harry thanked everyone sincerely. Kiki leaned on Harry and looked at the beautiful women in the room. She was stunned for a long time before she finally reacted. She said in a surprise, "Harry, so today is your birthday?" As soon as she spoke, the beautiful women in the room realized that Harry had brought an unknown girl with him. She was also very beautiful. They were all very curious who this person was to be able to stay by Harry's side. But everyone looked at each other and no one took the initiative to ask. Only Juniper was fearless and did not need to worry about anything. "Brother, who is she?" Juniper asked. Harry reacted and said, "Oh, this is Kiki. I met her in Los Angeles. A friend." Just a friend. Everyone's heart was filled with anticipation. Almost all the girls here knew Harry's temper and personality very well. It was a bit too much to say that he was fickle. However, it was not accurate to say that Harry was dedicated to love. There were a few that had developed a relationship with him. "Well, Kiki will live here often in the future. Let's get to know each other. We still have a long way to go in the future," Harry said again. As expected, there was another one. Brother, we still have to light candles on your cake. Hurry up and make a wish. After blowing the candles, we'll open the presents," Juniper said impatiently. "The girls have given you lots of presents." "Is that so? We have to hurry," Harry smiled. June and the others turned around and went out for a while. A moment later, they pushed a huge cake into the room. "Wow, what a big cake," Kiki said curiously. Harry smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, I haven't had a birthday party for more than 10 years. In the past, when Harry's parents were around, it was a very grand banquet for his birthday every year. Fortunately, ever since his parents passed away, Harry never had a birthday banquet again. Especially in the few years Harry has gone through training, he could not even eat his fill, let alone celebrate his birthday. Unconsciously, Harry almost forgot which day his birthday was. And now all the beautiful women in the room surrounded him, singing the birthday song of blessing together. It made Harry's eyes filled with tears. Happy birthday, brother! Happy birthday, brother! Quickly, make a wish! Juniper shouted. Harry turned around and took a few deep breaths. He forcefully held back his tears. Only then did he come back to his senses and smiled. Okay, I'll make a wish now. You can't say it out loud, otherwise it won't work, Juniper reminded. Under the gaze of many beautiful women, Harry closed his hands and closed his eyes, silently making a wish. Big brother, what wish did you make? Juniper asked curiously. Harry smiled. You can't say that. It won't work if you say it out loud. Ah, also stupid, Juniper said disappointedly. It attracted a group of beautiful women to laugh. Then hurry up and blow the candles. I'm still waiting to eat the cake. Harry smiled and took a deep breath and blew out all the candles. Juniper cheered. Little gluttonous thing, what are you eating? Let me put some on your face first. Harry smiled evilly and reached out to wipe a handful of cake. He quickly patted Juniper's face. Harry was not satisfied after wiping the cake. He began to search for the next suitable target. This time, the whole manor exploded. The screams of the girls could be heard all over the place. Everyone was avoiding the cream thrown by Harry, and some of them started to launch counterattacks on Harry. When it was time to have fun, Randy and Millie walked in from the outside. Randy was stunned when he saw the scene. Whoa, what's going on here? It's so lively. Harry held a paper plate filled with cream with malicious intentions and leaned over. It's lively. You should join in on the fun, too. As he spoke, he greeted Randy's face. Unfortunately, he threw it to the side and it flew towards Millie. But Millie's reaction as the racer was definitely first rate. Before Randy could understand what had happened, Millie had already grabbed him and used him as a shield. Crack! The cream plate accurately hit Randy's face. Poof! Wow! Mr. Parker, what are you guys doing? Why are you guys playing so happily? Count me in too. Randy wiped the cream off his face. Without saying anything, he returned to his senses and put it on Millie's face again. This time, Millie did not have any more shields to use. She did not have any room to dodge. Her face was also covered by the cream. All right, Randy, you welcome me like this when I just get off the plane, right? Wait, I'll settle this score with you right now. Millie was immediately furious and joined in the cream fight. Harry's birthday banquet continued for an entire day. The cream battle in the morning, as well as the opening of presents. At noon, everyone ate a big meal. The super luxurious food made everyone's appetite disappear. At night, there was a grand fireworks celebration and a bonfire party. All the girls surrounded the fire and sang and danced, offering their best songs and dance to Harry. The new Kiki also quickly blended into Harry's big family in this joyous atmosphere. Finally, it was late at night, and it was time for the song to end. Harry, who had been playing for the whole day, thought it was over. He brought his exhausted body to the hot spring in the manor and prepared to take a bath. Who knew that an even greater stimulation was still waiting for him? When Harry changed his clothes and came to the hot spring, he sat down in the hot spring. Suddenly, he noticed that there were some figures faintly appearing in the thick steam. Other than Juniper, there was also Randy and Millie, who had left a long time ago. All the girls appeared here, and even Kiki, who had just arrived, also joined in the fun. Harry asked in confusion, When did you guys come in? What are you doing? Of course, we're going to give you the most unforgettable birthday. Harry looked at the exciting scene in front of him. No, you guys surprised me a lot. What are you guys trying to do? Harry raised his head as he asked. What are you doing? Let's go. It was unknown who shouted so boldly. Then Harry was drowned by a large group of women. Some came up to massage his back, some massaged his shoulders, and some hammered his legs. What was even more excessive was that there were actually someone in the pool who was massaging Harry's feet. At this moment, Harry felt as if he had really gone to heaven. That kind of comfort made him feel as if he was floating in the air. The massage chair that cost hundreds of thousands was extremely weak under the beautiful service of these beauties. While Harry was in a daze, he vaguely remembered that someone had brought him red wine, and in the end, he was drunk. The night was long. When Harry woke up the next day, he simply could not believe his own eyes. The room he was in right now was the bedroom that Harry had never lived in before. Strictly speaking, this was the real master bedroom of the manor. The reason why Harry never lived here was because this bedroom had an area of 200 square meters, and the bed in the bedroom directly occupied 80% of the room's area. It was unknown what designer Anna thought in the beginning, but she was very considerate and designed such a master bedroom for Harry. Harry felt that the bed inside was a little too big, and he wasn't used to sleeping on it. Therefore, since the moment he moved in, he had never slept here before. However, when Harry woke up this morning, he found out that he had slept here the whole night. But this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that Harry wasn't the only one in his huge bed. The scene in front of him was just like the battlefield after the war. A large group of beautiful women was scattered all over the place. Only now did Harry feel that not only was his arms and legs numb from the pressure, but his waists were also weak. He had probably used too much strength. Under the illumination of the sunlight through the curtains, he looked at the scene in front of him. He understood what had happened last night. Harry finally understood what he had heard in the hot spring last night. He understood what it meant to give him the most unforgettable birthday. This was not just unforgettable, it was carved into his mind, and it was hard to forget it, even if he wanted to. Harry looked at the familiar faces and smiled helplessly. It was not just Celeste, Tammy, and Jessica. He even saw June and Kiki. He rubbed his hair in distress. He did not know why these girls had gone crazy. He wondered if everyone had drank too much last night, or if they had accidentally drank the alcohol that had been drugged. It was fine if it was others, but why did Kiki get involved? They had only known each other for less than 2 days. The first to wake up was Celeste. After snorting, she slowly opened her eyes. She laid beside Harry. She saw that Harry had already woken up. She giggled and said, "I see. Last night, was it good?" Harry laughed. "What do you think? You asked even though you know the answer. Are you all crazy?" In the end, only Harry was left lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling with an empty gaze. One night and one morning to satisfy so many people's requests. It was simply asking for his own life. Harry was so tired that he did not want to open his eyes again. The last thought he had before he fell asleep was that he was tired and did not want to love any more. He laid on the bed for 3 days and 3 nights. The food and drinks were all done by the gentle hands. It was only at noon on the 3rd day that Harry woke up from his deep sleep. He got up and put on his clothes. He went downstairs and stood on the grass to welcome the sunlight. Only then did Harry feel like he had come back to life. After waking up from that long slumber, it was as if he had become a human again. He narrowed his eyes at the sun for a while. When he felt a black shadow swaying in front of him, Harry opened his eyes and found Randy smiling slyly. Randy was waving his hand in front of his eyes. "What is it?" Harry asked. "No, Mr. Parker, you have been through a lot." "Do you know something?" Harry asked with his eyes wide open. Randy pretended to be confused. No, I don't know anything. I feel a little extraordinary now." Harry snorted. After a few days, Harry was completely free. The properties under his name were handed over to the servants to handle, and there was nothing much to be busy with. Harry then peacefully lived a leisurely life in the manor. As for the night, he had completely returned to the state of living alone. Thus, during this period of time, he had become a saint. He was clear of his desires and did not touch anyone so that his body could recover. When summer was almost over, Juniper's family teacher, Holly, came looking for her. When Holly met Harry alone, she was especially shy because she was also one of the main characters of that night. She originally thought that Harry was the Prince Charming in her heart, but in the end, he really became someone else's. It was just that there were too many people, and Holly was just one of them. But thinking back to that night's madness and wildness, Holly's ears were often red. Fortunately, the manor was big enough. If she did not want to see Harry, she could avoid being embarrassed. "Why did you think of me today?" Harry smiled and looked at Holly, whose face was red. Holly lowered her head and closed the coffee in her cup. "Mr. Parker, I want to talk to you about Juniper." What is it? Juniper hasn't been studying well lately? Harry asked. Juniper was a very smart child. She basically did not need Harry to worry about her studies. She could learn anything. Not only did she have cultural knowledge, but she was also very talented in musical instruments and painting. No, Juniper has been studying very hard recently. Holly shook her head and said. Harry asked curiously, is there any other problem? It's like this. Juniper is already so old. According to her age, she should be in the 5th grade of primary school. She always receives my tutoring at home. This is not a long-term matter. The school is about to start soon. Do you think we should arrange for Juniper? Holly said. Harry suddenly realized. Oh, right. This is necessary. If you didn't remind me, I really wouldn't have thought about it. Harry had already considered the manner of Juniper needing to go to school. Holly was right. She couldn't stay at home all the time. She had to go. The child would be bored if she stayed at home all the time. It was a good thing for the child to know so many classmates in school. As for the procedures, Harry had already completed them early in the morning. This was not a problem. Have you discussed with Juniper? Harry asked. Not yet. I am just a tutor. How can I make the decision for this kind of thing? Mr. Parker, you should go and talk about it yourself, Holly said. Harry nodded. Yes, I have to talk about it. Holly seemed to be in a dilemma. She stammered. Mr. Parker, that Juniper will be going to school soon. I don't need to be a tutor anymore. Harry waved his hand. Of course not. Although she is going to school, you still have to tutor her when she comes home, so you don't have to worry. Just continue working here. Holly's hanging heart calmed down. At first, she came here because she thought she only had a part-time job and did not plan to stay for a long time. But after a long time, Holly really did not want to leave. Allen Island was really like a paradise, far away from the noisy world of mortals. Holly was very at ease staying here. When she had nothing to do, she could play some musical instruments and use a drawing board to draw the scenery. It was leisurely and interesting. Furthermore, she had a relationship with Harry and did not want to leave this place just like that. Now that she heard Harry's promise, Holly was very happy in her heart. Then I will continue to teach Juniper here? Holly was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, it is fine as long as you stay here. Could it be that you have other matters to attend and want to leave? Harry asked. Holly quickly waved her hand. No, I am very happy here and have nothing else to do. Harry nodded. That's good. I will go and talk to Juniper first. Okay, Mr. Parker. Juniper was currently playing with the little guy in the forest in the back of Allen Island. She was very happy. But in the beginning, when Harry brought her to the island, she suddenly saw such a huge monster. Juniper, this little kid, was scared to death. She cried for a few days before she recovered. However, as time passed, she gradually got used to the huge white orangutan. The initial fear gradually disappeared until she fell in love with the little guy. She would often ride around his neck whenever she had nothing to do. After coming to the forest, Harry saw Juniper standing on the little guy's shoulders. She was reaching out her hand to reach for the eggs in a nest. Even Harry was scared of lizards and snakes when he saw them. Juniper was not afraid at all. She even brought them back often to deliberately scare Harry. It made Harry lose face a lot. Brother, you're here. Look at the egg I just took. Let's go back and cook it with sauce later. Juniper showed Harry the egg in her hand like she was presenting a treasure. Harry said helplessly, Juniper, if you continue to dig out the eggs like this, our island will no longer have any birds to live in. That's good. I still feel annoyed. It's so noisy all day long, Juniper said indifferently. Harry covered his forehead with his hand. He thought that it was time to send the child to school. Otherwise, she'd run all day on the island and would become a little devil incarnate. Hey, brother, why did you suddenly come to find me? Juniper jumped down from little Macaroni's shoulder in a few moves, clapped her hands, and asked, Right, I came looking for you because I have something to discuss with you. Little guy, go to the side and play first. Don't disturb me here. Harry waved his hand. When little Macaroni saw Harry, he became extremely intimate. He would always lie on the ground. If he didn't push Harry to the ground, he wouldn't give up. It seemed it was a very fun thing to do. Juniper patted the little guy and chased him away. After the reluctant little Macaroni left, he asked, What is it? School's about to start. I have to arrange a school for you to go to, Harry said. Juniper was immediately dissatisfied. What? What's so fun about going to school? I'm pretty good on the island. It's enough with Teacher Holly teaching me. That won't do. How can children not go to school? Besides, your teacher Holly can't just leave everything to you, so you still have to go to school, Harry said firmly. Juniper thought for a moment and clapped her hands. Ah, I see, brother. You think I'm annoying, right? That's why you sent me to school, so that you can have those sisters a chance to get close to you. Harry did not know whether to laugh or cry as she said this. What's all this about? Even if you were here, you wouldn't be able to stop them from getting close to me. No, we're not talking about this. Don't interrupt. Be serious. I'm talking about your school. I'll choose a good school for you later. Pack up your school bag with what you need. Juniper saw that there was no way that she could interrupt, covered her eyes, and cried. What? Brother, do you not like me anymore? So, you want to send me away? I don't want to leave you. Harry almost laughed out loud. Stop putting an act on for me. It's not like I didn't want you to come back because I told you to go to school. You're at school during the day and you still have to come home at night. There are also weekends and holidays. Oh, that's more like it, but I still don't want to go. There's no room for discussion. Harry left after saying that. Juniper held a tree branch and whipped grass on the ground to throw a tantrum. When they returned to the manor, June served Harry hot tea. How's the discussion going? Let's not talk about this for now. You go and find out which better schools are in Florida. I will choose a reliable one for Juniper. Harry instructed. Young master, I prepared this long ago. Look at all this information, June said as she handed a stack of documents to Harry. Why are they all aristocratic schools? Harry roughly flipped through the documents and asked. Normal schools are located nearby to enroll students. They require relevant household registration information. Although this is not a problem for young master, I feel that the conditions of ordinary schools are a little poor. It is not as good as these aristocratic schools. The facilities are perfect and the teachers are strong. June explained. Harry held the information and nodded. That's true. Girls need to be raised rich, then choose an aristocratic school. After saying that, he carefully looked at the details of the schools in the documents. After a moment, Harry pointed to one of the schools and said, This one, then. It's a Purple Star private school. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered that Kiki also seems to have to go to school. After Kiki was brought back, she also lived in the manor. Furthermore, on Harry's birthday, she was confused and only served Harry together with a group of girls. When Harry turned back to ask about Kiki's situation, he was surprised to find that Kiki was only 18 years old. But according to the customers of Los Angeles, Kiki was already an adult and could even legally marry. However, on Harry's side, she still seemed too young. It was precisely the time for her to go to high school. If Kiki goes to school, it just so happens that she needs to finish her senior year. June nodded and said. Harry smiled and said, That is suitable. The Purple Star private school is from primary school to high school. It is not a problem for her to go to school here. After saying that, he saw June's hesitant look and asked, What, do you have something to say? June hesitated for a moment and said, Yes, sir. Shouldn't you be on guard? What if it was someone else who deliberately planted it? Harry raised his hand and interrupted June. Don't be so paranoid all day long. How can there be such a coincidence? You also know Kiki's personality is simple. He can't be a spy or something like that. I went to investigate her identity, but I didn't find anything. When I asked Kiki, she kept stuttering. June said worriedly. Harry thought for a while. Don't worry about this matter. He did not want to say it, so she must have her own reasons. Maybe one day she'll think it through, and she'll say it out loud. So let's not think too badly of her. All right, sir. I'll arrange it then. Oh, do you need me to go and inform Kiki? I'll do it, Harry said. He got up and went to Kiki's room. The manor was large, the living room and bedroom were separate, and there was even a kitchen, but it was basically useless. He knocked on Kiki's door. A moment later, Kiki, who was wearing a cool dress and revealing a pair of white legs, opened the door. Harry, are you looking for me? Kiki immediately lowered her head when she saw Harry. Her ears were hot. Yes, I'm looking for you to tell you. You want to consider going to school? Kiki looked up in surprise. Go to school? Harry, do you want me to go to school? Harry nodded. Yes, you're only 18 years old. It is time for you to go to high school. I have also found a school. Juniper's going to primary school. The two of you can arrange it together. Kiki lowered her head again and softly said, I will go wherever you want me to go. That's good. Prepare yourself. I'll arrange it for you in the next 2 days. After saying that, Harry prepared to leave. Harry, Kiki stopped Harry and said. Harry turned around and asked, is there anything else? Then do I also need to leave the island and live in the school? Kiki asked anxiously. Harry waved his hand. Where did you hear this from? Kiki's furrowed brows immediately relaxed when she heard this. She didn't need to live in the school. She could come back every day, and she didn't need to worry about Harry abandoning her. She had traveled thousands of miles. The only reliance in Kiki's heart was Harry. If Harry didn't want her anymore, she would be dead. She didn't know what to do. A few days later, the school season also arrived. Harry had already ordered people to arrange Juniper and Kiki's school. Today it was time to report in. Juniper should be in the 5th grade of primary school, according to her age. But what surprised Harry was that Juniper learned too quickly under Holly's guidance. She had already finished learning elementary school knowledge. So she skipped the primary school stage and went straight to the 1st grade of the middle school of Purple Star Academy. Kiki also went to the 1st grade of the middle school of high school. The two of them were in the same school, so it was a lot easier to pick them up. Because it was the first day of school, Harry personally sent the two of them to Purple Star Academy. The few of them woke up early in the morning. When Harry came to the dining room to eat breakfast, he saw that Juniper was not there and asked curiously, Where's Juniper? June asked the maid and said, She has already woken up, but she's lying on the bed and saying nothing. Sir, you should eat breakfast first. I'll go and call her over. Harry shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'll go. After a while, Harry pulled Juniper, who looked reluctant, to the dining room. Juniper, let's go to school. We have no room for discussion. Be obedient and eat your breakfast, Harry advised her gently. Juniper shook her head and pouted. I don't want to eat. I don't want to go to any school. Harry chuckled. It's so good to go to school. Didn't you say you were tired of playing on the island all day long? There are a lot of fun things in school. It's so good to know so many friends. As he spoke, he handed the spoon over to her, indicating that she should hurry up and eat. Juniper reluctantly took it over and ate. She muttered, Where is the fun in school? It will be just studying all day. It's better to stay on the island. Usually she would listen to Harry and was very sensible. However, when it came to school, she had been having an argument with Harry. But even though it was a quarrel, after dinner, she still obediently followed Harry into the helicopter. They went to the downtown area of Florida. The commonly used transport was the helicopter. Although Harry also had a boat, its speed was definitely much slower than a helicopter. With Juniper and Kiki, Harry and June flew the helicopter towards Florida. Purple Star Academy was the only 3 private aristocratic academies in Florida. It was located not far from the city by the sea and occupied a large area. The scenery inside the academy was very beautiful. The trees were lush, and there were a few hills and lakes. In addition to learning more ordinary knowledge, the students here also needed to learn everything that the upper class needed to master. For example, etiquette, clothing, high-level entertainment, and so on. Therefore, those who come here to learn were the children of wealthy and powerful families. The main reason was that this place was closer to the Allen Island, so it was also more convenient for them to go back and forth. Harry's helicopter flew directly from Allen Island to the sky above the Purple Star Academy, and it took less than half an hour. Looking down from the sky, the Purple Star Academy was indeed very fast, as if there was no end to it, except for the exquisite teaching buildings. There were also many hostels used by students for living. There were specialized football stadiums, basketball stadiums, and swimming pools. There were also open-air golf courses, baseball stadiums, and even an F1 track. Today was the first day of school. All kinds of luxury cars were parked in the parking lot of the Purple Star Academy. Of course, in addition to the parking lot, there was also a special landing pad for helicopters. There was even a long runway for the private planes to land. After the helicopter landed, there was already a special reception staff arranged by the school to welcome them. Those who could come here were all rich and powerful people, especially when school started. Many parents also came along. The school had to pay attention to them. It was a big mistake to treat any one of them slowly. If they met a narrow-minded person who felt that the school was ignoring them, they might cause trouble for the school later on. Although the board of directors of the Purple Star School was capable of managing an aristocratic college, as the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. Other than educating people, the school also wanted to make money. So it's better not to offend people. Students are the royalties in the school, and the parents of students are the gods. Hello, you must be Mr. Parker, right? The person who came to welcome them observed Harry and asked. Yes, I'm here to send these two to report. Harry nodded and said. 2 days ago, Harry had personally come here to inspect, so there were people who knew Harry at the school. Welcome, Mr. Parker, to Purple Star Academy again. If you want to report, please come here. For normal schools to report, it was basically parents who brought their children to run around and sign the paperwork everywhere. But here, Harry only needed to follow the people, and he was welcomed to the special reception room and wait patiently while drinking tea. In the moment, someone came in and delivered the school uniform and badge into the room. They would have to meet with teachers in the class later to get to know each other. It would be convenient for the teacher to find the parents of the child when there were problems in the future. Because there were many rich heirs of very wealthy families who came here, they were spoiled since they were young. Many of them were not disciplined by the teacher, so they needed to communicate with the parents often. Teachers could not control them, so they had to rely on their parents to educate them. If their parents could not control them, and their students often caused trouble, then the school could only choose to expel them. It couldn't be blamed on anyone. June added, Young master, you seem to be tired. Shall we go back now? Harry lowered his voice and said, Why don't we wait for a while? We're not in a hurry to go back. Is young master worried about the two of them? Yes, Juniper has nothing to worry about. It would be good if this crazy girl did not bully others, but Kiki cannot. This girl is as gentle as water. I'm really worried that she could be bullied. Because the people who came here were all wealthy families, many of them had bad tempers. Moreover, the children here were experienced and knowledgeable since young, and their families were rich and confident. They dared to provoke any kind of trouble, and they dared to offend anyone. Should we send a small team of Wolf Guard over? June asked. He thought for a while and said, It's better to believe in the school. Forget it. Let's go back. Yes, sir. June responded, turned on the engine, and took off towards Allen Island. In the evening, June drove the helicopter to bring Juniper and Kiki back. Sitting in the dining room, Harry's family began dinner. Juniper usually did not eat much, but today she began wolfing down the food. What? The food in the school is not good? Harry asked. Juniper said vaguely, It is not bad, but it definitely isn't as good as at home. Harry smiled and said, Nonsense, it is not that bad. It's not like I did not eat at your school at noon, so the standard of the food is still very high. It's not because I wasn't full at noon, but because I had too many activities in the afternoon. The lunch I ate at noon had long been digested. In the morning, Juniper familiarized herself with the campus and was assigned to the class. In the afternoon, she attended the opening ceremony and then a bunch of activities. It was even more tiring than running around crazily on the island. She was really hungry. But compared to Juniper, who wolfed down her food, Kiki still maintained her elegance when she ate. Sleep early or you won't wake up in time and will be punished by the teacher, said Harry. Brother is being so serious. He must have been late many times when he was in school. He must have been punished to stand out, Juniper teased. You are so smart. Hurry up and eat. Harry felt pain from being pointed at. He knocked Juniper's head awkwardly. Oh, right. It's your first day in school today and nothing happened last night. Your teacher Holly won't tutor you anymore, so after dinner, don't play computer games and don't run around blindly. You should wash up and sleep early, Harry instructed again. Got it. The next day, Harry originally wanted to personally send the two of them to school. However, Anna called and said that the design blueprint of the factory had been completed. She would bring it over later and let Harry take a look. Wayne drove the helicopter to send them off, while Harry stayed in the manor to wait for Anna to come over. The desolate island where the artificial intelligence factory was located had been renamed the Industrial Island. Although it was desolate now, the island would become lively soon. After Anna arrived, Harry brought her into the study. There was a single wall here that was used as a high-definition laser projection. Anna projected the blueprint into the wall and explained the specific plans to Harry in detail. Mr. Parker, according to your previous plan, 2 apartment buildings are built in the southwest of the island. They're used as the living quarters of the employees. The northeast area is used to build geothermal power stations. Following Anna's explanation, lines of drawings were clearly displayed in Harry's mind. He wanted to build a factory. First of all, energy was a problem that could not be avoided. Although the geothermal energy was clean and pollution free, once it was built, there would not be any consumption of resources. However, Harry actually had a better nuclear fusion energy source, but this couldn't be realized for the time being. Callie's research had just begun. In the future, perhaps it would take 1 to 2 years or maybe even 3 to 5 years to become a mature technology. So now the geothermal power supply station still needed to be built. Anna, where's the comprehensive laboratory plan on the island? Harry asked. It's here, connected to the factory. Well, what about the underground facilities? Have they been planned? Yes, this is the blueprint. Anna was very well prepared. Harry nodded his head in satisfaction. In the industrial island, in fact, what Harry valued the most was the underground facilities. This place would become Harry's most important place in the future. When the assembly line of the factory was completed, Harry would secretly build his intelligent mechanical army here as his biggest trump card. This needed to be kept as a secret from the outside world and could not be leaked to too many people. The fewer people knew about it, the more decisive it would be to use it at a crucial time. As for the designer, Anna, although she was a designer hired by Harry, she actually didn't know what this underground facility was used for. So Harry wasn't worried that Anna would leak the information. She was only responsible for the design of the building. When the factory opens in the future, Anna would not know about the underground's facility, manufacturing, and storage. The construction team was easy to find. Harry had collaborated with a construction company when he was developing the reflecting moon island. Now, because the project had not been completed yet, the cooperation was still in progress. After knowing Harry's specific intentions, Mr. Cross returned to Moon Island to coordinate with the construction company. Mr. Cross was one of Harry's most capable subordinates, especially the management of the business. He was Harry's indispensable steward. After returning to Moon Island's development headquarters, Mr. Cross immediately gathered the relevant construction companies and gave them the news of the new project. A few construction companies heard that not only could Moon Island have such a large project in their hands, but they could also take over the task of developing another island. All of them were immediately overjoyed. Although the scale of Industrial Island's development was not as large as Moon Island's, but it's relatively more costlier. According to the budget, it was at least not less than 20 billion. Such a huge project was not something most people or countries could afford. Furthermore, there were many special construction projects inside. For example, a geothermal power station was not something an ordinary construction company could handle. Without some unique technical skills, it was impossible to even think about it. With Harry's power and influence, the status of Mr. Cross, the only chief steward, had also risen along with him. Not to mention the bosses of the construction companies, even the heads of the wealthy families, could not be too arrogant in front of Mr. Cross. They had to speak carefully. Because Mr. Cross had Harry's authorization, he had absolute authority over many properties under his name. Therefore, Mr. Cross did not even need to report to Harry when dealing with people with low authority. It could be said that the sword was still in his hand and he was in charge of the life and death of those people. Therefore, when the news that Harry was going to open the development project of Industrial Island spread out, the bosses and directors of the construction companies in Moon Island all went crazy. None of them cared whether it was day or night. They all rushed over to give Mr. Cross gifts. Whether or not the gifts would succeed, at the very least, they had to express their intentions. Although Harry lived in the Allen Island, the distance between him and them was only a step away. However, it just so happened to be such a close distance as if they were separated by an abyss. Apart from a few people, no one else had the qualifications to step into Moon Island. Even Mr. Cross didn't dare to disturb Harry, let alone other unrelated people. Mr. Parker, the island has been very lively recently. Harvey sat on a boat on the man-made island in Allen Island and drank Harry's tea. It had been a long time since Juniper and the others started school. Harvey's injured legs had almost recovered. However, although he could stand up and walk now, he could not walk too fast, nor could there be any violent jumps. Since he had nothing to do today, he once again came to Harry's manor. Harry also had nothing to do. He brought Harvey to the boat and wandered on the surface of the lake, savoring the freshly poured tea and admiring Holly playing the violin. That's right, it's been quite lively recently. Mr. Cross must have had a hard time, Harry said with a smile. However, I'm still confident in Mr. Cross's ability. With him around, I don't need to spend too much effort, Harry said again. Harvey said enviously, Mr. Parker, sometimes I really envy you. All your subordinates are able to take care of themselves, especially someone like Mr. Cross. Harry laughed. Well, speaking of which, I picked up a loophole. In the beginning, Mr. Cross was not my subordinate. Harvey didn't know what was going on, because when he knew Harry, Mr. Cross had already become Harry's steward. He wouldn't care about Harry's background alone. When he heard Harry say that there was more inside story, his interest was immediately aroused. Oh, there is such a thing as picking up scraps? Why can't I touch it? Harry said with a smile. It's not complicated to say. Mr. Cross used to be the president of a small family hotel. Later, his family wanted to change the property, so they sold the whole business to me. They even bought people together. Harvey did not know the specific details, but after Harry gave a rough explanation, he also understood what was going on. Mr. Cross's family didn't receive much attention. They didn't belong to the core members of the family. Although they were the CEO of a five-star hotel, they had always been outside the circle of the family. Therefore, when the family was handling the business, they did not want to keep Mr. Cross, hence they missed out on a talent. On the contrary, Harry not only bought a high-quality business, but also obtained a rare subordinate. He had made a huge profit. Nowadays, when one's wealth reached the level of Harry and Harvey, what they valued was not money, but whether the quality of their subordinates was high or not. If there were one or two super elites, it would be considered very impressive. As for Harry, he had already recruited more than 10 super elite talents, whether internationally or not. Mr. Cross calculated, in June, this super guard. George was an intelligent person who was good at leading troops and fighting, and so on and so forth. However, Harry had always kept a low profile. Occasionally, he would bump into some ignorant people, but they were just insignificant ants. He could easily take care of them with any of his subordinates. As for those who were not much weaker than Harry, Harry had nothing to do with them. Therefore, he had never let his subordinates display their true strength. The only time that could barely be counted was when he was trapped on Moon Island. However, Harry did not pay much attention to it. He gave the enemy a chance to launch a sneak attack, which also caught Harry's wolf guard off guard. However, the elites were the elites. After reacting to the situation, the first thing they did was to mobilize the troops. In the end, they were able to solve the problem with ease. Harvey took a sip of tea. Let's not talk about this anymore. I came today to ask you, is your second movie going to be online soon? That's right, the legendary giant beast. Didn't you sign the contract with your home line long ago? Is there a problem? Harry asked. Harvey shook his head. The problem is that there is no problem. I am here today to ask, is there a premiere ceremony for the legendary giant beast? Yes, first, the legendary giant beast did not have a premiere ceremony. This time, no matter what Manson said, he will have to hold a premiere ceremony. Harry nodded and said. Harvey smiled. That's good. No matter what, this premiere ceremony has to be held in my house. As the saying goes, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. Mr. Parker, you have to take care of your brother. Harry laughed and said, Aren't you talking nonsense? Where else can I go if I don't hold the premiere at your home? Harvey had an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, Mr. Parker. I said something wrong. Which cinemas are you going at my home? Did you choose one? The cast and actors are all in Florida. Of course, it's close. Although they are usually in the capital, I feel that it is too far away and inconvenient. Anyway, it's just a premiere ceremony. We'll do it wherever we go. Harvey nodded. It's in Florida. It's fine. The theater in the downtown area is not small and the quality is good enough. It could definitely be connected. You could arrange for your subordinates to discuss with Manson. Harry was very familiar with the manager who was waving his hand. He would never let others decide what he should do. Harry would be bothered to interfere with what he should do. He had finished all his work. What was the point of raising his subordinates? A few days later, the premiere ceremony of The Legendary Giant Beast began. After the good reputation of the movie, The Legendary Giant Beast was built up and the promotion increased. The Legendary Giant Beast also received a lot of attention before it was released. and even slightly surpassed the previous movie. This time, the movie was chosen to be premiered in Florida, which made the local netizens very happy. Originally, the people in Florida were very dissatisfied with the previous movie. The movie was filmed in Florida, and the celebrities of the production did not leave. However, the premiere was too light and there was no movement at all. Many fans who wanted to get close to their idols were disappointed, but they finally got what they wanted this time. Manson seemed to want to make up for the missing premiere of the movie. He had already sent out invitations to heroes in the entertainment industry and invited his peers to participate. Almost everyone in the circle who had high reputations received them. The only one who did not have an invitation was Kiss Holiday, the former singing Heavenly Queen, the first sister of the entertainment circle, had become a drowning dog after a series of setbacks. She no longer had the arrogance she had in the past, and her reputation had fallen by leaps and bounds. In the entertainment industry, she became famous quickly and became even colder, especially since there was countless people waiting to rise to the top, coupled with the fact that his peers were enemies. When fame was rising, some people would take the initiative to curry favor, but once the reputation was damaged, most people would add insult to injury. It couldn't be helped. This was the reality of entertainment circle. There were people who would do anything to get promoted, let alone insult the injury. They would not feel any psychological pressure when sitting up. The Heavenly Queen sister in the past, after the release of this super crappy movie, was condemned by the entire country's audience and then exposed the scandal of stealing box office sales. Then she was forcefully banned by the Livingstons. After a series of blows, the number one sister of the Heavenly Queen became a joke, and her status fell drastically. Not to mention counting to mingle in the entertainment circle, now as long as she showed herself on the internet, she would immediately be scolded by countless people. She would no longer have the glory she had in the past. How could she be in such a miserable state? What was even more fatal was that when she could not withstand a series of blows, her brain had a stroke and she was hospitalized. When she was discharged from the hospital after treatment, she had not fully recovered. Now her mouth and eyes were slanted like a facial paralysis. Not to mention singing, being able to talk like a normal person was already considered good. Not long after, this once glorious celebrity was selectively forgotten. Fortunately, she had saved up some money in the past and could no longer be a celebrity. She would still be a rich woman, and her life would still be considered to have gone on. In this kind of life, she still had to thank Harry for being magnanimous and not haggling with her anymore. Otherwise, with a petty temper, if she did not get into a family of four and live a life without any support, it would not be counted as a joke. Harry did not have any intentions to deal with people like Kiss Holiday. He also did not need to do it himself. It was like an egg touching a rock. Kiss Holiday herself had turned herself into a pile of mud. Speaking of which, it was her own fault. She could not blame anyone but herself. The Legend of the Giant Beast premiere was chosen on the weekend, and most of the people working were resting and having time. In the urban area of Florida, there were many people who came out to play, and places like cinemas were full of people. However, today was a special day. The Livingston Theater was the largest movie theater in Florida, and it was also the most high-end and luxurious movie theater. It was not open for business today. Because the premiere ceremony was chosen here, Manson wanted to invite almost the entire entertainment circle. Although it was impossible for everyone who was invited to come, after all, everyone was still very busy. If they went all over the place to make announcements, they might not be able to find time to come. However, there were also quite a number of people who gave him face. Regardless of whether they had time or not, they did their best to rush over. Manson's filming of the legendary Giant Beast had broken the record in the box office sales, causing this director, who had previously been depressed, to suddenly become very popular in entertainment circle. What celebrities wanted was popularity. If the director wanted to become famous, he had to look at the box office. Only directors who could create high box office earnings would be welcomed by everyone, especially the investors. Ever since the legendary Giant Beast broke the record, no one didn't want to poach Manson to their side. All kinds of money attacks and even beauty schemes were used to the extreme. What made Harry gratified was that Manson accepted the test and was determined not to be tempted. He still chose to work under Harry. Manson could clearly see that no matter how high the conditions were given by others, it was only temporary. Because the reason why he was so popular now was because the box office results of the apocalypse legend. If he really had no brains, he would have left Harry because he wanted money and wealth. He would have chosen someone else instead of Harry. If there were no good results in the next movie, he would immediately be abandoned like trash. Harry had no such concerns. He was a nostalgic person and also a generous boss. He never cared about the small profits of his own people. What was even more precious was that he was generous enough to give his subordinates enough power. This was a treatment that was completely unavailable elsewhere. Without sufficient authority, this place was restricted. As a director, Manson simply could not produce good work, so how could he talk about the box office sales? Furthermore, when working under Harry, there was no need to worry about whether he could get rich or not. There was no need to even think about it. In terms of wealth, there might be a lot more than Harry, but in terms of generosity and trust, it could be counted on one's finger. Since the movie investors could not win over Manson, Harry did not care about their poaching. During today's premiere ceremony, there were many celebrities and big shots, and there were also many famous directors and producers. It was just a premiere ceremony, but it was as lively as an award ceremony. The purpose of these people coming was not simple. They all wanted to build a relationship with Manson. More importantly, they wanted to see if there was a chance to build a relationship with the big boss behind Manson, Harry. As long as they could establish a relationship, their career would be able to soar, and they would be able to earn money like flowing water. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. Harry did not have the intention to join in the fun at all. The premiere ceremony was all handed over to Manson to organize, and he would stay in the manor to sleep. Ever since he had gone crazy with the girls on his last birthday, Harry did not want to continue playing so big. However, they had no choice but to take the initiative to seduce Harry. Every time, there would be a few of them. This caused Harry to be in a good mood every night. His supply could not meet the demand, and he suffered a great loss. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep up with the demand of beauty. Harry did not want to be so humble, so he could only try his best to cover it up with rain and dew. In the end, he was so tired that he only wanted to lie on the bed and not move. He was tired and did not want to love anymore. During the premiere ceremony, there were so many celebrities and big shots. Although they wanted to please him, they came with the intention of adding flowers to the icing on the cake. However, Manson would not be so arrogant as to treat others slowly. He treated them very well. Not only was it enough for the Wolf Guard to defend the movie theater, but it was also enough for the red carpet and the signature wall. In the official media interviews, there were also countless fans who came out of their own accord and stood outside the security circle, screaming. This was like a premiere ceremony, and it was no different than an award ceremony. In order to take care of the fans who were unable to enter the venue, there was even a need for a live broadcast to allow fans to watch the premiere ceremony in the cinema at the same time. Of course, after the movie started, the live broadcast was suspended. When the screening was over and the creators went on stage to thank them and accept the interview, the live broadcast would be restarted. This was also to prevent the movie from being spread out in advance. Otherwise, who would spend money to enter the cinema after watching the live broadcast? The box office was even more of a joke. In the morning, the venue and staff of the premiere ceremony had already been set up at the entrance of the cinema. Manson had even personally stood guard at the venue early in the morning, ready to deal with any unexpected situations at any time. When the time was almost up, the celebrities who had been invited to the theater were all riding luxury cars and parked on the red carpet at the entrance of the cinema. Wow! When the first celebrity came down, the fans who had been waiting there before dawn immediately started screaming crazily. Celeste! Celeste! Goddess! Can you give me an autograph? The movie's actors would definitely come first. Celeste, Issa Ivy, the Dream Angel Group, and so on appeared one after another. The shouts on the scene were louder and louder like a tsunami. The media that came here turned all kinds of flashlights and kept shooting. After the movie creators and the actors had all arrived, They waited at the door to welcome the guests behind them. After more celebrities arrived, the fans went crazy with excitement. They had never thought that they would be able to see so many celebrities at the premiere of a movie. This was unprecedented. For other movies to hold a premiere ceremony and invite a few stars guests to help was already considered not bad. No one would have thought that there would be so many, the legendary giant beasts at the premiere. It was simply too much for the eyes to take in. The media who came here were also excited to the point of going crazy. To them, having news and hot topics was their lifeblood. Furthermore, the celebrities themselves had their own halo. The more that came, the more sensational the effect would be. But after the welcoming ceremony at the door was over, the stars all entered the cinema. The Wolf Guard, which was responsible for the defense work outside, quickly sealed all of the exits. Except for a few media outlets that were allowed to enter, no one else was allowed to enter. A group of fans were left outside the cinema, looking at each other in dismay. They were all dumbfounded. This, that's it? What about us? How are we going to get in? There are too many stars at the premiere, and no matter how big the theater is, the number of seats in the theater is limited. They couldn't hold the premiere in multiple cinemas at the same time, so they could only let their fans watch the live broadcast outside. What's going on? It turns out that the premiere doesn't allow ordinary people to enter? It's too disappointing. What's with the organizers? We can't blame others for this. With so many celebrities in there, I don't think we can even sit in the theater, let alone ordinary people like us. That's true. In comparison, celebrities are definitely more important and have priority. Yeah, but it's not like we didn't gain anything today either. I took quite a few photos just now. This is firsthand information on the scene. The fans complained for a while and finally got over it. They started to comfort each other. It's fine, even if you can't get in. There's a live broadcast inside. It's the same when you watch a live broadcast. When the premiere ceremony's over, we can wait here for our idols to come out and ask for more autographs. The fans calmed down, but the theater was filled with celebrities and no longer calm. Manson led the crew's main creators to welcome and thank them as usual. After a series of objectives, the movie was officially released. With the integration of the legendary giant beast, the second giant beast legend was still in the original crew, but the production was even better. The actors' acting skills were also higher, and the special effects were even more obvious. However, the most special thing was that the main character, Little Macaroni, was completely filmed in real life. There was no need to produce later. Therefore, the scene displayed was at the level of a real explosion. Every change in the scene would cause waves of exclamation from the scene. Celebrities, especially movie stars, had different perspectives from ordinary audiences. Ordinary audiences were watching the movie to their heart's content, and they didn't even have a diaper. As actors who specialized in the industry, they watched the story structure, the filming techniques, editing, and other professional scenes, as well as the acting skills of their peers. All of this seemed to be flawless in the Legends of the Giant Beast. It could be said that this was an excellent blockbuster, and the thing that puzzled these celebrities the most was, in the movie, how can the giant white orangutan be so real? The special effect is simply explosive. Yeah, I heard that this movie didn't use any foreign special effect companies. It was all produced in-house. Look at the movements of this giant beast. The fur on its body, it's too real. Oh my god, this close-up shot can even clearly show the leaf fragments stuck in its fur. What kind of godly special effect is this? The most shocking thing was still the huge beast inside. It was violent and domineering, but it did not lose its gentleness. The audience also shifted their attention to it, and then they were stunned by the exquisite scene. No one would think that such a huge beast was real. It was alive, and they all misunderstood that it was created by special effects. Thus, they were amazed that this movie had actually made special effects so meticulously, it must have invested a lot of money into this. However, it wasn't that they thought at all. Harry did not have much money to spend on it. It was just a real scene in the lighting. Finally, under Manson's filming technique, it displayed a super large visual effect. After the movie was finished, the celebrities were still unsatisfied. Many of them even shouted to replay the movie without caring about losing control of themselves. Manson would definitely not play it again. There were still countless ordinary audiences waiting to buy tickets to watch. The celebrities invited to the premiere ceremony were all watching it for free. It was just using them to make a name for themselves. What was it like to watch it again? The movie was over, but Manson and the others still had to communicate with the audience. They were all in the same industry and had a lot of topics to talk about. Soon, someone stood up impatiently and asked, Director Manson, can you ask how much special effects fees you have invested in this movie? Manson thought for a moment and said, about 10 million. 10 million can have such a good effect. Director Manson, are you joking? How is that possible? I feel like adding another zero is too little. This effect is at least 200 million. The huge beast appeared from the beginning to the end, and the camera was almost entirely focused on it. How could there be only 10 million? Everyone expressed their confusion, but some people didn't care. The special effects fee and whatnot were just floating clouds, and it didn't matter to them at all. The most important thing was whether they could get in touch with Manson. Someone stood up and shouted, Director Manson, may I ask when your next movie will start? I wonder if I will have the chance to work with you. Regarding this question, Manson was not ambiguous at all. He answered very quickly. Sorry, our company has a rule that we will not sign any contracts with external actors when filming in the future. We will only use our own company's employees. Hearing this, many people's hearts turned cold. Using only their own company's people to film a movie. From Manson's appearance, it didn't seem like he was joking. To those celebrities who signed contracts with other companies, it meant that there was no hope at all. Celebrities looked glorious, but in fact, many of them were not free. It was just a money-making machine for signing companies. Many of them had signed long contracts, and even those who had signed for 8 to 10 years did not understand. When the contract was signed, the private termination of the contract would also result in a sky-high penalty for the termination of the contract. Therefore, the moment Manson said those words, many people at the scene fell silent. But there were also those who made the decision for themselves. The type of celebrity had their own studio, and they were the bosses of their own studio. Their freedom was basically not restricted. Thus, there was no need to worry about violating the contract, and it was easier to talk to Director Manson. Director Manson, I did not sign a contract with any company. As an individual, can I participate in the next movie? Manson still shook his head. Sorry, this is a red line drawn by our boss. We use our own employees to film our own movies. No one is allowed to cross the line. Then, Director Manson, you're talking about Starman Entertainment, right? Yes. Can I join? Do you have any requests? Someone asked. Manson did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had clearly invited these celebrities to the premiere ceremony today. Why did it suddenly become a recruitment meeting? Manson could not make any decisions about this kind of thing. He felt that the salary of the CEO, Chelsea, could not make a decision either. So he called Harry. He asked, Boss, are you awake? Yes, I was woken up by you. If you have something to say, tell me. Is there a problem with the premiere ceremony? Harry asked restlessly, his eyes half open. No, it's good news. Well, what good news is more important than my sleep? Harry yawned and asked. Harry's recent work and rest were all messed up. He could not sleep at night, and he could not make up for it during the day. He spent the whole day in a daze, and he didn't know what time it was. Manson sympathized with his boss's situation. There was no lack of fun in life, but there had to be a limit. If it was too frequent, it would be too fatal. However, this was his boss's private life. As an employee, he had no right to interfere, and he couldn't even say anything. After a pause, Manson said, Boss, isn't today the premiere ceremony? There were too many celebrities, and I didn't expect that I would have to leave after the ceremony ended. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to treat me to a meal? Then treat me. I'll reimburse you for your expenses later, Harry said impatiently. No, these people are all recommending themselves. They want to play the role of the next movie. What's there to say about this? We don't want outsiders to film it. I said it too, but after hearing this news, many people actually want to join Starman Entertainment, Manson said helplessly. Boss, do you think we should accept it or not? Harry slightly woke up. He did not expect this entertainment company to become so popular now. Someone actually took the initiative to sign the contract. However, things were different now and then. When the company was first established, there was not many people in the company, especially big celebrities. Now, a single one, if someone came to sign a contract at that time, Harry would definitely welcome them. However, it was different now. Although the number of stars under Starman Entertainment's banner was not large, Each of them was both famous and popular. Just the two world-class superstars were equal to half of the entertainment circle. There was no need to continue signing contracts with others. It was not a good thing to have too many superstars. They were all in the same company and their resources were limited. It was inevitable for them to fight openly and secretly, snatching resources and causing a foul atmosphere. Therefore, after some consideration, Harry said directly, "We won't sign any more. We don't need to sign any more big stars now. Isn't it nice to have our own trainees train us? What big stars do we need?" Manson nodded. "Actually, I think so too. The signing fees for these celebrities are too high now, and they can't guarantee that they can earn money after signing. If they encounter any scandal or something like that, their reputation will drop, and it won't be worth much. Then what else is there to say? Just resign." After saying that, Harry hung up the phone and went back to sleep. Manson put away his phone and returned to the stage to look at some of the stars who were looking forward to it. With an apologetic expression on his face, he said, "I'm really sorry, everyone. Our company is not planning to continue signing the contracts yet. So in the future, if there is a chance to cooperate, we'll definitely contact everyone." The celebrities below the stage immediately cried out in grief. Star Moon Entertainment was now synonymous with gold mines. Not only could it earn money, but it could also easily make a person famous. Celebrities relied on popularity to make a living. With resources to support them, it meant that their popularity would steadily rise. However, without resources, especially high-quality resources, if one was not careful, one would disappear from the eyes of the public. Very soon, they would be forgotten, and celebrities would also become passerbys. Star Moon Entertainment, although it wasn't large from the looks of it, it had sufficient funds and enough power to create stars. In addition to 2 consecutive movies were all top-class productions. Such good resources were actually not given to outsiders at all, and were all digested by their own company. Such a method of doing things caused the celebrities at the scene to be envious and dissatisfied. Nowadays, everyone paid attention to win-win situations. How could they still take everything for themselves? Unfortunately, Star Moon Entertainment was not a shareholding company. They only had one boss. If they were really determined to not have outsiders, others would not be able to do anything to them even if they played their own games. Thus, the Giant Beast Legend premiere ceremony began happily. Then it ended with the disappointment of a group of celebrities. When the media outside saw that the movie premiere had ended, they originally wanted to catch a few celebrities and interview them, but after they came out, they were shocked to find that they all looked very unhappy. "Oh, why are they all wearing this expression? Don't tell me the movie isn't good." "No way, even if the movie isn't good. As a guest, you should say something nice. Wouldn't that be rude?" Hey, I heard about it," a well-informed paparazzi shouted. "How did you find out? Hurry up and tell us. This is an exclusive piece of news. Am I stupid enough to tell you guys?" "Hurry up, I just want money. Just tell us how much you want." "Ah, then I won't be polite. Anyone who wants insider information will get $100,000 each." "This is so shady. Aren't you afraid of retribution if you want so much money?" "That's the price. If you want to buy it or sell it, then get lost." "Oh, buy. Paparazzi who wanted to sell the news had become rich today. They were surrounded by a group of media outlets. They couldn't even get close to their mouths when they received the money. "All right, I've already given you the money. Hurry up and say it." "Don't be anxious. Let me drink some water first and slowly." As the situation in the cinema was exposed, the eyes of the media reporters lit up. "What? The celebrities and guests just now wanted to work with director Manson? Star Moon Entertainment doesn't work with people outside of the company? The celebrities still want to sign a contract with Star Moon Entertainment? What? They are actually rejected. No, I have to hurry back to the company to rush my script. This is definitely the headlines." Instantly, the group of reporters scattered like birds and beasts. Only the countless fans were left confused and did not know what had happened. The idols left, and the reporters also left. Their fans were not disappointed. Anyways, they still had to stay and watch the movie. The movie tickets were bought online in advance, so there was no need for any party to buy them. When the movie theater was reopened to the public, countless people rushed in. Quick! Where's the legendary Giant Beast Theater?" "2 servings of popcorn, quick! Don't delay for me watching the legendary Giant Beast." Where's the toilet? I have to go there first to throw the water so that I won't miss the plot later." The audience had been waiting outside for too long and no longer had the patience to continue waiting. The movie had not even begun in screening, but they had already impatiently sat in their seats and waited for it to begin. The cinemas also did not expect the movie to be so popular. The online purchases were all full of tickets with the legendary giant beast. Other movies that were uploaded at the same time did not have many people paying attention to them. Under such circumstances, the Livingstone's thread wasn't stupid. They immediately adjusted the screenings and changed the legendary giant beast from 30% to 60%. This was still a little low. Some cinemas even adjusted it for the whole day. It was a cycle of showing the legendary giant beast, and it was filled to the brim. The movie box office is selling again. After the box office numbers for the day were released, Manson did not dare to believe this result. He used his trembling hand to call Harry and said tremblingly, "Boss, the box office, the box office." "What's wrong with the box office? Do you have Alzheimer's disease? Speak properly." Sorry, I was just too excited. The box office broke 100 million on the first day." Manson was so excited that all the blood in his body boiled. If it were not for those 2 pills he had just taken, he would have had a cerebral hemorrhage. He still felt that this was not enough. As he made the call, he stuffed a few more pills into his mouth. "Break 100 million? So cool," Harry said in surprise. Actually, in Harry's heart, he felt that the best movie he had ever produced was the first legendary giant beast. However, personal preferences did not mean that everyone liked it. Compared to the post-apocalyptic science fiction movies, the general public seemed to prefer monster movies. Not to mention, in the movie of the legendary giant beast, it was not just the little macaroni who showed off his brilliance that made people feel refreshed. What was even more amazing was that the filming location was in the hot and humid tropical rainforest, and the main actors were all beautiful young ladies. They were all extremely famous celebrity actors, and they were all wearing sexy and revealing outfits in the series, attracting the attention of countless male audiences. It was rare to see their goddess dressed so seductively. Just sitting in the movie theater was enough to make one's nose bleed. When he returned home, he recalled the scenes in the movie, making it hard for him to fall asleep. In addition, with the release date of the legendary Beast movie, there was temporarily no competition for the same type of movie. Hence, the box office directly exploded. Breaking 100 million on the first day of the premiere, this kind of result was simply awesome. Harry calculated. He had invested 200 million, and the movie still had to be released for 2 months, even if there were any fluctuations in the box office income. If he could earn more than 100 million on the first day, it would definitely be impossible for him to lose money. He could only make a profit, and it would be a huge profit. As expected on the second day of the screening, not only did the box office not decline, but it continued to rise. On the first day, the income was 100 million and 2 million, and on the second day, the box office went to 121 million. On the third day, he earned 145 million, and on the fourth day, he earned 167 million. Not counting the zeros, the box office that had been discussed with the Livingstones was split into 46%. And Harry took 60%. After 4 days of screening, he had recovered all the capital he had invested and even earned a little. In the following week, the box office earnings of the entire movie were at its most glorious moment. It had exceeded over $1 billion. Manson had gone crazy. The line of Livingstones had gone crazy as well. The media had gone crazy, and the audience had gone crazy as well. Harry was very calm, but everyone in the movie industry was stunned. Starman Entertainment, which was rarely known in the industry, only made 2 movies. In the end, each movie was more popular than the last. This kind of earning speed could scare people to death. Not everyone regarded money as dirt, especially the entertainment circle, which was a place of fame and fortune for money. Many people would throw away their moral integrity for money. Now, such an amazing entertainment company had appeared out of nowhere. No matter whether it was envy or jealousy, or any kind of mentality, they had to face it. Everyone tacitly abided by a principle that they must not offend Star Moon Entertainment, because they did not know when they would be able to beg them, or when they would be able to cooperate with the outside world. More importantly, the boss of the Star Moon Entertainment was too strong. The flow of money was almost unlimited. If he wanted to make a person famous, he would dare to invest no matter how much money he had. The living example was the Fantasy Angel Group. It was said that in order to make the four of them famous, they had invested several hundred millions in total. With so much money to build a new group, no boss had the courage to do so. Because no one dared to take the risk, what if they couldn't become famous? Or rather, what if they became famous for a short period of time? They would immediately be forgotten. A few hundred million wasn't a small sum. If they couldn't make any moves, then they would be just wasting their money. But now it seemed like Harry's investment was undoubtedly successful. Just the box office earnings from the Dream Angel Group's acting alone were enough to make Harry earn a lot. Of course, the success of the movie was not decided by the combination, but it also played a big role in this. After the legendary Beast movie was released for a week, the popularity on the internet had never dropped. Almost every day, it was the headlines and public opinion about the movie. The box office broke the record, the special effects exploded, and the actors were eye-catching. Wait, all the factors were worth discussing. There were even some more professional netizens who raised some doubts. They suspected that the scene of the little white orangutan was too realistic. Many people were using professional analytical software to analyze whether it was a special effect or not. The result was unbelievable. Impossible. How could it be true? Where did such a huge white orangutan come from in reality? That's right, this is simply a monster-level orangutan. It's completely impossible. Even if it's a genetic mutation, it can't possibly exist in reality, right? How did such a large orangutan be raised? I've never heard of it before. Online, there were now two factions regarding whether the little guy was real or fake. One faction believed that it was fake, but the special effects were too real. The other faction insisted that it was real, but because they had no evidence, they could not convince too many people. Regarding this discussion, Harry basically ignored it. Little Macaroni did indeed exist. Although it was not some secret, it could not be exposed just like that. Because it was a unique existence in the world, once the truth was exposed, Harry's side would definitely stir up quite a bit of trouble. Someone might want to take the little guy away and study him. There were trenches that could also be poached into their own hands because of hunting for strange things, becoming tools to show off. People's hearts were too complicated. Harry did not dare guarantee that the little macaroni would be 100% safe with him. It was because such a huge beast could be locked up. Harry also could not lock the little guy up in a cage to live in. That would be too cruel for him. However, this fellow couldn't stay idle either. He ran around the island all day long, and Allen Island wasn't enough for him to live in. Sometimes he would even swim back to the Moon Island and stay in the original territory for a few days. Moon Island was too big, and just the protection of the Wolf Guard could only ensure the most basic protection. If someone really wanted to sneak into the island, it wasn't as if they couldn't enter the island by taking advantage of a loophole. Considering these factors, Harry gave Little Macaroni's existence a command to seal his subordinates, and no one was allowed to speak about it. Furthermore, in order to make Moon Island and a few subsidiary islands into an absolutely safe territory in the future, Harry was waiting for the construction of the industrial island to be completed. After the intelligent factory and industrial island was completed, Harry would soon be into the production line and start building his own artificial intelligence mechanical army. With the protection of these robots that could produce continuously, Harry's place was a true safe place. It could be protected so tightly that it was airtight. After The Legend of the Giant Beast was released for more than 10 days, its popularity also began to slowly decline. The online discussions about movies were not as hot as a few days ago, but box office was still in a stable stage, and there was no obvious trend of decline. Based on experience, after 3 weeks of screening, the box office would be at its highest point, and then it would slowly decline. When the movie came to an end, it was estimated that the total box office sales would exceed $3 billion. This was a very terrifying figure. One had to know that the total investment for the entire movie was only $200 million. With a total of $3 billion, Harry could directly obtain $1.8 billion. After deducting the cost, he would earn a net profit of $1.6 billion. What was even more terrifying was that the filming cycle of this movie was also far less than the legendary Giant Beast. In total, it had only been filmed for 3 months. This sort of earning rate simply stunned everyone in the entertainment industry. There were even countless people who were jealous of it. The celebration banquet once again opened in Harry's manor. this time, the celebration was even more explosive. Because Harry had already promised everyone that he would give out $300 million dollars in the box office earnings as a reward, they were close to everyone who participated in the filming of the movie. There were many people who were like Celeste and Issa Ivy, two superstars. Each person was worth 20 million. Hammy and the other A-list stars were worth about 10 million each. Manson, as the director and the main producer, was the one who contributed the most. He was directly rewarded with 50 million. The remaining main characters also received bonuses ranging from 1 million to 5 million. Even the actors in the group received bonuses ranging from $10,000 to $100,000. It could be said that all the staff members who participated in the shooting of the movie received a big red packet from Harry, and everyone was happy. However, this was not the most surprising thing. In order to ensure that his staff members did not have to worry about anything, Harry even directly bought a newly developed residential area in Florida. As long as they were Harry's official employees, they could obtain a house according to their performance. The ordinary employees gave 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The management of the middle and upper management would give them a large 4-bedroom mansion. The closest employees were given a seaside mansion each. Even if it was those new employees or employees with poor performance, Harry gave them a 1-bedroom hotel apartment. However, it was not a gift, but a temporary residence for free. After making a contribution, they could redistribute the residences. Such good welfare treatment was simply unbelievable. Even the world's top 500 companies were not so generous to their employees. At most, they would give them a discount, give them half a discount, or provide them with an interest-free loan. They were not as direct as Harry. The house was directly smashed into someone's head. The employees shouted excitedly with red necks. They raised their glasses and toasted to Harry at the same time. The atmosphere of the celebration party reached the climax. The excited screams were louder and louder. In fact, Harry did not spend much money buying an entire neighborhood. Because the size of the neighborhood was not very large, Harry did not have many employees. It was not like those multinational companies or the top 100 companies in the world, where there were millions of employees. The employees that Harry rewarded were only the people from the entertainment company. There were not more than 200 of them in total, so the money spent was not as much as he had imagined. Furthermore, Harvey had invested in the construction of this neighborhood, and it was also half sold and half sent to Harry. The main reason was to show that the movie box office sales were very high. The 2 movies brought Harry billions of profits, and the Livingstons line also made billions or even more. Although the box office earnings were not as high as Harry's, there were additional income in the cinema. It was much more than the box office earnings, which was very surprising. Harry still had plans to continue filming the movie, so the Livingstons had to continue cooperating with him. Furthermore, the Livingstons line still wanted to buy the copyright of the movie, and Harvey even took the initiative to look for Harry for this matter. However, the words between good brothers were also direct. Harvey did not intend to buy the copyright of the movie, but instead proposed a collaboration. The copyright was still in Harry's hands, but he could authorize the production and sales of the copyright of Livingston's group. For example, the hidden version of the DVD. Not only were there exquisite poster murals, but there were also signatures of the main characters. There was also the original music of the movie, as well as the relevant clothing and jewelry. And the most anticipated one was the movie of the legendary giant beast. The Little Macaroni could be considered to have hit the jackpot. Little Macaroni's toys were what the market needed the most right now, after Harvey and Harry agreed on the terms of cooperation and authorization. They immediately let the factories under their own company start production. The real Little Macaroni immediately started selling in the more than 2,000 cinemas and supermarkets on the Livingstons line. What was unexpected was that on the day of the sale, it was sold out, and the production could not even catch up. There were also countless people who could not buy it, and they started to place orders to buy it. The real thing is the cinemas were very popular, and the online shopping platform was even more popular. A little plush doll became the favorite shopping target of the public, and it almost became popular with the other products in the 2 movies. The sales of the product started for a short 10 days, and it actually brought Harry another few billion. Looking at the constantly increasing number in his bank account, Harry shook his head and sighed. When can I finish spending the money? Harry, what are you sighing about? Tammy saw it from afar and walked over to ask. I'm thinking, why can't I spend all my money? Tammy was speechless. Of course, Harry was joking. Even though there seemed to be a lot of money now, once the artificial intelligence factory was put into production, just the cost of purchasing raw materials was an endless investment. If it was just the production of artificial intelligence robots, no matter how much money Harry had, it wouldn't be enough. However, the factory products had long been planned. It was impossible to only produce one product. Smart robots would definitely not be sold. But the other two products, intelligent electronic products and super electric cars, would definitely enter the market at the first moment. Harry was confident that these two products would become the most popular in the world, because at the moment, Harry did not have any competitors. There were electric cars currently, but the battery lifespan was too short. The charging time was too long and the battery lifespan was shorter. There were all fatal flaws. And Harry's super electric car was perfect. With super battery technology, the future production of super electric vehicles can live for more than 10 years. Charging was even more so. As long as one smoked a cigarette, it could have a range of over 1,000 kilometers. The power provided by the battery was even more vigorous. It was not inferior to the current gasoline cars or oil production cars. It was even better. Such a perfect power effect could only be achieved by Harry's technology. There were no companies in the world that could be compared with it. Therefore, how could Harry not have confidence? The artificial intelligence electronic products were a whole series, not only smartphones, but also smartphones, televisions, and series of home appliances. These technologies were basically parallel to Harry's current technology. The only advantage was that they had artificial intelligence X, which was far superior to the current technology. After these electronic products were launched, Harry only needed to master the operation terminal of X and then share it with all the users through cloud technology. He could realize that every user who bought Harry's electronic products could enjoy the artificial intelligence service. Even super electric cars could be unmanned, and their driving skills far exceeded the current level of unmanned driving. Of course, this was still part of Harry's plan on the surface. He needed to wait until the artificial intelligence factory was completed before it could be put into production. However, during this period of time, Harry could not be idle. After the artificial intelligence factory was opened, there had to be a person in charge to manage it. Harry already had a candidate in his heart. Although Mr. Cross was the most suitable candidate, he could not be too busy right now. The industrial island was also Harry's biggest trump card. He wouldn't be at ease if he recruited outsiders. So after thinking about it, Harry finally felt that it was more appropriate to give it to Chelsea. Chelsea's management ability was unquestionable. Although she was now the CEO of Star Moon Entertainment, it was clearly a waste of her talent. Star Moon Entertainment could be handed over to Jen as the director. Barry and Felton could assist in the management, so there was basically no problem. Chelsea could return here and operate the entire industrial island in peace. Stephen and Callie were the research and development staff of the cutting-edge technology, so it was enough for them to form a research team. Therefore, Harry still needed to arrange the mechanical engineers and electronic engineers for the product. The most important thing was that there was also exterior design engineers. Whether a product was good or not, the performance was the most important thing. Whether the exterior design was good or not, and whether it was suitable for people's aesthetic point of view, was also very important. What Harry lacked now was talent in this aspect. The people he recruited in Maryland University previously were enough to do machinery and electronics. He lacked talent in design. The design of industrial products was not simple. They could design and paint. This was a very rigorous study. It could be called industrial art. Not only did it know how to design, but it also needed to know how to combine the internal structures of the product. Therefore, among the people around him, he couldn't find a suitable one. In the end, Harry decided to use the simplest and most direct method to poach people. If he didn't have a suitable person by his side, he would spend money to buy it. There would always be people attracted by the high standard treatment offered by Harry. Furthermore, this did not involve Harry's secrets, so he did not have to worry about revealing his trump card. Mr. Cross, do you know any headhunter corporations that you're familiar with? Harry called Mr. Cross and asked. Young master, do you know a few families? Do you have any instructions? The Headhunter Corporation, in simple terms, was a place that involved human resources. However, it was more advanced, and the people in their hands were all high level talents. When many large enterprises needed them, they had to find suitable people through the Headhunter Corporation. In fact, it was just an intermediary who introduced senior talents to the company, but the price was not cheap. Of course, the high prices was also relative to those ordinary human resources. For large scale companies, the intermediary fee for hiring high level talents could be ignored. I need a team of talented people on the design of electronic products and the design of cars. Tell me about the Headhunter Corporation that you're familiar with and ask them to recommend some of them, Harry said. Mr. Cross nodded immediately. Yes, all right, sir. I'll contact them right away. All right, let's do it as soon as possible. Harry hung up the phone and thought for a while. Although the factory had just begun construction, the design of the product could not wait until the factory was completed before it began. It would be a waste of time. Now they could look for someone in advance and start the design of the product. When the factory was completed, the related products would be more or less designed. They could be put into the experimental production phase. After the physical body was created, they would be able to produce it on a large scale and then put it into the market to make money. Very quickly, Mr. Cross gave Harry a reply. Sir, I sent the relevant requirements to a few headhunter corporations. After they found out about it, they have sent me the file. Can I send it to you to take a look? Harry did not expect it to be so fast. All right, send it to me then. In fact, the Headhunter Corporation would not wait for customers to come and request for them to find the relevant talents. Instead, every Headhunter Corporation had their own talent reserves. Of course, there were also overlapping phenomena. As long as Harry made the corresponding requests and conditions, the Headhunter Corporation would immediately start searching for the talents in their own talent storage. After finding the right person, the relevant files would be sent to the Human Resources Company. Harry looked at electronic files for a long time and finally chose two teams. Strictly speaking, both of them were senior designers who had been working in the industry for more than 10 years. However, these two people joined Harry's team. They would bring their own designing team. Mr. Cross, just these two. One is Nicholas, the designer of the car, and the other is Earl, the designer of electronic products. These two are more suitable. Mr. Cross had read the files as well. He actually had some understanding of these two people. Yes, sir. These two people are not in any business right now. It should not be troublesome to recruit them. Generally speaking, these kind of high-level talents rarely lose their jobs, and it was all big companies fighting for them. If they were to poach people, Harry would have to offer high conditions and help pay the penalty of the contract. But now he found these two people. Coincidentally, the contract with the previous company had expired and there was no renewal of the contract. He was probably looking for a suitable workplace. Harry had finally found a suitable workplace. Tell Headhunter Corporations about it and then contact these two people as soon as possible. We'll see when we can bring them to talk about it, Harry instructed. All right. Mr. Cross ended the call with Harry, then went to contact the Headhunter Corporation. After waiting for a while, Harry thought that it was a sure thing, but something unexpected happened. Mr. Cross called. Sir, something has changed. What's wrong? Are these two unwilling to work for me? No. The Headhunter Corporation said that two companies have contacted them privately. Moreover, these two people seem to have reached an oral agreement with the companies, Mr. Cross replied. It's just an oral agreement. Since they haven't signed the contract, they are still negotiable. Ask the Headhunter Corporation to find a way to investigate and see what conditions the other companies have given them. Yes. Mr. Cross hung up the phone and sent Harry a document. Harry looked at it and found that it was a public document called Key Electric Group. There was also a company annual planning list at the back. It was this plan that made Harry realize that he actually had a competitor. Key Electric Group used to run software programs. It slowly developed from a small company with only 7 or 8 people. After a few rounds of financing, it successfully went public. After more than 20 years of growth, it was now a super tycoon company with a market value of nearly trillions. This company used to mainly do search engines, e-commerce, chatting software, and antivirus software. There was almost no software program that Key Electric Group did not do. Just the users alone could be found all over the world, reaching billions of dollars in scale. It could be said to be a world-class giant company. And now, Key Electric Group was not satisfied with the virtual industry. and it had already started to develop into a physical product. The most promising ones were intelligent electronics and electric cars. With their huge number of users, as long as they operated properly, it would be another product project with countless profits. However, this matter was not something that Key Electric Group was interested in. These few projects had been running for a long time. However, due to the lack of manpower, the products were made normally and the users were not satisfied and accepted. After some adjustments, the Key Electric Group found that their technical abilities were okay and they were not behind their peers. However, the design and manufacturing process of the product were very flawed. The design of the product was lagging behind and it could not reach the current standard of aesthetics. Thus, just like Harry, they began to look for top craftsmen designers. Different from Harry, who needed to look through the Headhunter Corporation, the Key Electric Group directly contacted two people from the company's human resources department. To Nicholas and Earl, being able to enter the Key Electric Group was a rare opportunity. Therefore, after contacting each other, they quickly reached an oral agreement. They were just short of signing the contract. It could be said that the two of them had entered the Key Electric Group at the last moment, and they were only a step away from taking the final step. Of course, Harry wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Although the scale of his current business wasn't as big as the Key Electric Group, and his reputation was unknown, he wouldn't admit defeat if he were to fight for money. Moreover, the fact that Nicholas and Earl were recruited by the Key Electric Group indicated that these two had real skills. Harry would never miss out on such a top talent. The Headhunter Corporation was very powerful. It didn't take long for them to find out about the benefits given to them by the Key Electric Group. Nicholas and Earl, as the supervisor of the design department, had a salary of $10 million a year. Every year, they would have 1 month of vacation, and they were paid to travel, and the standard was no less than $1 million. As for the other members of the team, their annual salary was also $1 million. After working for 5 years, everyone enjoyed free housing gifts. According to the different levels, there were also differences in the area of residence. But the worst was no less than 100 square meters, and they were all in the best positions in one-line city. Such superior treatment, it could be said to be superior. After hearing the news, Mr. Cross worriedly called Harry again. "Young master, the Key Electric Group has given the two of them the best conditions. Furthermore, the reputation of the Key Electric Group is just too great. We won't be able to gain this upper hand if we fight with them." Harry was indeed rich. However, most of the time, when the employees chose the company, it didn't depend on whether the boss was rich or not. It depended on whether the boss was generous enough. It also depended on the scale and fame of the company. Under the same conditions, most people would choose a large company, especially the Key Electric Group, which was one of the top 100 companies in the world. It was the top company in the world. This attraction was not ordinary. Harry's side, on the other hand, was not known by many. Basically, no one had heard of it. It was similar to a small private company. However, Harry was not discouraged. He smiled and said, "Who said we don't have the advantage?" Sir, this subordinate is stupid. No matter what, I can't think of any worthy advantages we have." Mr. Cross couldn't think of anything, even if he racked his brain. Harry continued to laugh and said, "Stupid. Our future prospects are good. Besides, I don't believe that the Key Electric Group has better skills than us, so this is our biggest advantage." Mr. Cross didn't know what kind of shocking things Harry's laboratory had created. He only knew that there were some decent results, but he didn't know how powerful they were. It wasn't that Harry kept it a secret from him, but he didn't need to tell him in detail. Harry's subordinates all had their own tasks. Mr. Cross only needed to manage the hotel and the tourism company business. There was no need to care about more things. Hearing Harry's confident words, Mr. Cross was not sure, but he still chose to believe in his young master. He asked, "Sir, what should we do next?" "Is there a need to say that? Contact Nicholas and Earl through the Headhunter Corporation. The treatment I will give will definitely be higher than the Key Electric Group. If it is much higher, we will have to talk to them face to face." "All right, I will contact them now." Mr. Cross had now become the messenger, only responsible for sending messages in the middle. Soon he brought another piece of bad news. "Sir, these two people don't know how to appreciate favors. The Headhunter Corporation contacted them, but they aren't interested in us. They even said that they will sign the contract with the Key Electric Group tomorrow." Mr. Cross was very angry. He felt that these two people had given Harry face. They really didn't have good taste. The properties under Harry's name were neither big nor small. Compared to the key electric groups, they definitely couldn't be compared. However, the family behind Harry was too powerful. The Parker family could be said to be a super big boss that controlled the wealth of the entire world. The relationship between them and the key electric group was like heaven and earth. It was imaginable that if they were to work for Harry, his future would be limitless. Wouldn't it be 1,000 times better than working in the key electric group? However, this was Harry's hidden background. There was no way for him to tell anyone about it. Therefore, Mr. Cross felt that he wouldn't have any chance of winning if he fought with the Key Electric Group. But the designers were not interested in Harry's recruitment. This was also within Harry's expectations. If it wasn't for the Key Electric Group's involvement, they might have accepted Harry's recruitment, but after comparing them, there was no need to consider it. The Key Electric Group was a super company with a market value of over 10 billion. As for Harry, it was nothing. They had never even heard of them before. Nicholas and Earl might even be worried that they might meet a swindler. Therefore, when they heard that a boss from the Headhunter Corporation offered the same treatment as the Key Electric Group to recruit them, they rejected him without thinking. They had never heard of such a person appearing all of a sudden. No matter who it was, such a person would always be in their heart. They had no idea. They felt that it was very unreliable. Will you sign the contract tomorrow? Where are we going to sign the contract? Are we going to the headquarters of Key Electric Group? Harry asked. Mr. Cross shook his head. No, it seems like the two of them have agreed to sign the contract with the Key Electric Group in Florida at the same time. It's in Florida. What a coincidence. Convenient for me not to go far. Harry smiled. He didn't expect to sign a contract in front of his house. What else was there to say? The two of them would never be able to escape from his palm. How about this, Mr. Cross? Ask the Headhunter Corporation to find out the exact location of the contract. I will personally go and snatch the person away tomorrow. Harry calculated. His advantage in Florida was just too great. The reason why the two of them refused his invitation was that they didn't know him very well. As long as they got to know each other, especially after they knew how bright their future was, he didn't believe that they would not come to his side. Headhunter Corporation was also very attentive. After listening to Harry's instructions, they quickly figured out the exact location of the contract. It was in a clubhouse called the Titan Oasis in the center of Florida. The reason why the Headhunter Corporation helped Harry so much was because after providing this help to Harry, once Nicholas and Earl became Harry's employees, the Headhunter Corporation would be able to earn a large sum of money as an intermediary. As for the signing of the contract with the Key Electric Group, it had nothing to do with the Headhunter Corporation. Because they were in private contact with each other, it was the Human Resources Department of the Key Electric Group company that had a private discussion with the two of them. There was no third party. Therefore, as long as Harry had any request, any Headhunter Corporation would be willing to provide assistance. As long as Harry successfully signed the two of them, the Headhunter Corporation would receive 10% of their annual salary as intermediary fee. In other words, if Earl and Nicholas's annual salary was $10 million, the Headhunter Corporation would receive $2 million as an intermediary fee. The other employees in their team would also have a total of over $1 million as an intermediary fee. This was a huge deal, and the Headhunter Corporation could not help but not pay attention to it. After waiting for a day, the next day at the Titan Oasis Clubhouse in the most prosperous area of the Florida city, Nicholas and Earl, who had been waiting for a long time, stood in the hall and looked outside with anticipation. The two of them were not in the same company before, so there was a big difference in their work. But this time they had gotten familiar with each other through the Key Electric Group. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, they would be able to get familiar with each other. Thus, they were willing to interact more with each other. The reason why they came to Florida to sign the contract was mainly because Nicholas was a native of Florida. Although Earl was not, he had been traveling in Florida recently, so it was more convenient for the two of them to sign the contract together. It was still early, so the two of them rushed to Titan Oasis Clubhouse and waited with excitement. The small company that contacted us through the Headhunter Corporation a few days ago. Has there been no activity these last 2 days? Earl asked casually as he was bored. The matter of Harry recruiting them did not actually concern the two of them at all. It was a company with no background at all. They had never heard of it before, so how could they agree to it? Nicholas shook his head. No, I think they knew that we were going to enter the Key Electric Group, so they took the initiative to withdraw. Earl sneered. What do you mean withdraw? I think he knew that we were about to expose himself, so he was scared that he didn't dare to come again. Nicholas thought for a while and said, No way. I found him through the Headhunter Corporation. If he was a liar, the Headhunter Corporation wouldn't have contacted us, right? That's hard to say. There are all kinds of swindlers nowadays. Perhaps even the Headhunter Corporation will be cheated. Earl's attitude was very strange. However, Nicholas didn't find it strange because the reason why Earl kept his mouth shut was because he was a scammer, because he had been deceived by the previous company. It was a private enterprise and it was also very powerful. However, the boss was too ambitious and was not satisfied with the current situation. He blindly expanded and caused the funds to be unable to pay off the debts. In the end, he ran away. Before this, he even said that he wanted to promote and raise Earl's salary. He even gave a portion of the shares in his company to be used as a technical shareholder. Luckily, Earl did not agree to it in the first place. Otherwise, he would have had to carry a debt that he would not be able to repay for the rest of his life. Just like that, Earl was still delayed by several months of salary and did not get it. He probably would not be able to get it back in his lifetime. After being tricked like this once, Earl finally understood. Nowadays, there were no good people who could earn money. Therefore, when Harry asked the Headhunter Corporation to recruit him, Earl was very cautious, especially since Harry's side had yet to make a name for themselves. This made Earl suspect that he had met a swindler. Don't think about those things in the past. Now that we have the chance to enter the Key Electric Group, we could be considered very lucky. Nicholas comforted. He also sympathized with Earl's previous experience, although both of them were senior technical staff and had a real salary of hundreds of millions per year. But in the end, they were still working for others and they earned quite a bit of money. But in their positions, they spent even more. People of the same level had a level of spending. The white collar workers who sat in offices in the city earned more money, so they drove their private cars in and out of the city. They also wore branded clothes. At the level of a gold collar worker, they couldn't make themselves look like a blue collar worker or an ordinary white collar worker just to save money. All he lived in were small villas and he drove luxury cars. He was wearing a luxury brand. Even if he was wearing a watch, it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Comparatively speaking, his standard of living was quite good. However, he actually didn't have much money left. Once he lost his job, he wouldn't be able to maintain his standard of living any longer. Earl was like this now. He had lost his job, and he still had a few months left to earn his salary. He was about to run out of money. He was too depressed, so he went to Florida to relax. Anyway, traveling with the group didn't cost much, so he could still afford it. If it wasn't for Key Electric Group contacting him, Earl would have found a random company to work for. The two of them thought that they had no connection with the Key Electric Group in his life. After all, it wasn't the same industry. However, no one expected that the Key Electric Group would suddenly enter the real industry and they needed their ability. This made the two of them extremely happy. If they worked in other small and medium sized enterprises, they might have to worry about bankruptcy one day. Even those who worked with them could not get their pension after they got old, but the top 100 world class enterprises were different. For a company of this scale, as long as they become official employees, they would basically be considered to have an iron job. Their salary would be high, their welfare benefits would be good, and most importantly, they would be stable. Furthermore, working in a company of the top 100 companies in the world was a very inviolable thing. I have learned about the Key Electric Group's latest plans in the past 2 days. Their company is no longer satisfied with the virtual industry and is starting to develop into a real entity. First project to be taken down in a new energy electric vehicle and a smartphone computer, Earl said. Nicholas nodded. I know, these two projects are the best. Although they have already passed the stage of rapid development, with Key Electric Group's powerful strength, as long as they enter this market, they will definitely have a place in the market. That's why we are at a good time. In the past, if we wanted to enter the Key Electric Group, we would have to fight for it. But now, they just came to our door. If we don't go, we'll become idiots, Earl said with a smile. Regarding the matter of signing the contract with the Key Electric Groups, his heart was filled with excitement. That's right, but the appointed time has already come. Why hasn't he come yet? Nicholas looked at the door anxiously. Just as he was saying this, he saw a business car driving over. After it stopped, a very experienced woman dressed in professional attire walked down with two male assistants by her side. Mr. Nicholas, Mr. Earl, hello. I am the director of Key Electric Group's Human Resources Department. You can call me Ashley. The woman walked up to them and said, Oh, hello. Director Ashley, thank you for coming all the way here. Shall we find a place to sit and talk? Nicholas and Earl did not expect that the person who came was actually the director of the HR department. This made the two of them somewhat excited. The higher the rank of the person who came, the more it showed how much importance the Key Electric Group attached to them. However, Ashley was obviously not easy to talk to. Furthermore, her attitude was very arrogant. My time is limited. The reason I came here to find the two of you today is to pass my interview first. If it is suitable, I can represent the company to sign the employment contract with the two of you. Ashley's expression was very cold, and the way she looked at Nicholas and Earl was also very arrogant. This kind of attitude made the two of them feel a trace of displeasure in their hearts, but when they thought about world-class companies, the HR departments were almost all like this, not to mention the person who came today was a director. When they thought of this, they no longer hesitated. They hurriedly stretched out their hands and said, I've already found the location. Let's talk over here. As top designers, Nicholas and Earl had their own confidence. It was impossible for people of their level to go through the interview process like ordinary employees in the company. Therefore, the Key Electric Group made an exception and sent the human resources director to find the two of them. After the two of them sat down, Ashley did not even need to make small talk and went straight to the topic. With a serious expression, she said, You two, I believe you already know the treatment given by our company. There are specific terms in these contracts. You could take a look first. As she spoke, she gestured to the two male assistants who followed her. The assistant quickly took out two contracts from the briefcase and handed them to Nicholas and Earl respectfully. The two of them flipped through the documents and immediately frowned. Director Ashley, this seems to be different from what we agreed on earlier. When we talked on the phone, they said that they would give me a salary of $10 million a year. Why is it now $8 million? Nicholas pointed out the contract and said. Earl also had the same expression and said, It's the same for me. Not only my personal salary is lowered, but also the salary of my team members. What do you think? Ashley's expression did not change. He said faintly, The person who contacted you previously was the company CEO, right? Yes. That's right then. He had been charged by the group for being suspected in invading the company's property and selling commercial secrets. Strictly speaking, he's already been fired by the company. What awaits him will be legal sanctions. What? Nicholas and Earl looked both in disbelief. So, the treatment he promised you before did not count. Everything is based on the contract now, Ashley said coldly. Nicholas argued, But this isn't right. Even if it's President so-and-so doesn't belong to your company anymore, he should still keep his promise to us, right? That's right. When he contacted us, he was still a member of the Key Electric Group, Earl also said. Ashley sneered and said, You two, it was before and now it is now. I have already said that everything will be based on the current contract and there is no room for negotiation. Such a forceful statement made Nicholas and Earl really find it hard to accept. Just as they were in a dilemma, a voice came from the side. Mr. Nicholas, Mr. Earl, I don't think you need to go to the Key Electric Group. You can consider coming to my side. Harry walked in and said with a smile, You are? I'm the one who contacted you 2 days ago through the Headhunter Corporation. Ah, so it's you. Harry continued to smile and said, Let's get to know each other again. My name is Harry. I'm the boss of Star Moon Entertainment and Moon Island Development Company. Ah, nice to meet you. In a polite manner, Nicholas and Earl quickly stood up and shook hands with Harry. Although the two of them did not know why Harry would appear here, he was still a boss, so they had to show him the courtesy they should have. However, Ashley, who had been sitting at the side, was not satisfied. She said coldly, I don't care who you are. Now is the time for me to interview them. Please don't disturb my work. She waved her hand and signaled the two male assistants to drive Harry away. Her attitude was very bad. The two male assistants were quite tall and sturdy. They should be working as bodyguards. They immediately stretched out their hands to stop Harry. Their eyes were very unfriendly. Harry didn't care about it at all. He smiled faintly and said, As the human resources director of one of the top 100 companies in the world, why are you so rude? Ashley still had a psychological imbalance. I don't need to be polite to you. If you don't want to suffer, you can go out. Harry looked around and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Titan Oasis Clubhouse. It doesn't seem to be a place for your group, right? No matter where it is, I'm working right now. It's fine if you don't want to leave by yourself. Then I'll ask my assistants to invite you to leave. Ask him to scram. Ashley said very rudely. When the two male assistants received the instructions, they immediately prepared to make a move on Harry. But it was not like Harry came unprepared. Behind him was June and Tiny Tim. With these two top bodyguards by his side, not to mention Ashley and the two male assistants, even if there were 20 of them, it could not be hard to clean them up. Harry tilted his head. June was still by his side and did not move. Only Tiny Tim walked forward and easily lifted the two male assistants as he was grabbing a chicken. Hey, let go, let go, who are you? Two male assistants were shocked. They were raised up in the air and dancing, but it was useless. Throw him out, Harry said lightly. Tiny Tim did not say anything. He lifted the men and walked out. A moment later, two banging sounds came from outside. Then Tiny Tim patted the dust on his body that didn't seem to exist and walked back. Nicholas and Earl stared at the scene with their mouths wide open. Ashley, who had been sitting on the sofa with the calm expression, did not say a word. The corners of her eyes twitched a few times. All right, the troublemaker has been thrown out. Madam, if your attitude is still so bad, I can't guarantee that you'll be the next one, Harry said indifferently. Ashley moved slightly and changed her sitting position. She still looked very calm on the surface. In fact, she was a little flustered in her heart. As a senior executive of Key Electric Group, she had always been high and mighty. Not many people dared to offend her. But today, she had met Harry, who had knocked over her cold arrogance. Not everyone held her in high regard. In front of Harry, if she still did not have a good eyesight and spoke rudely, Harry did not mind giving her a little bit of suffering. In Harry's eyes, men and women were equal. He would not let go of her just because she was a woman. Moreover, both of them were competitors now. Boss, what do you mean by coming here today? Nicholas asked carefully. June brought a chair for Harry. Harry sat down calmly and replied, didn't I say just now that the Key Electric Group doesn't value the two of you, right? You want to hire us, but I heard you say that your company is mainly in real estate, development, and entertainment. It doesn't seem to be in line with our specialization, Earl said. Harry smiled. I actually have a lot of companies under my name. I just casually mentioned two of them. Since I want to recruit you, I will definitely make use of you. At this moment, Ashley, who had been silent for a long time, should have recovered. After hearing Harry's words, she said coldly, it's nothing more than the boss of small company. What's so great about it? You have to think carefully. I represent the Key Electric Group, one of the top 100 companies in the world. It is the dream of many people to be able to enter the Key Electric Group. Nicholas and Earl immediately became silent. They did not want to choose Key Electric Group, but the only thing they were worried about was that the salary was different from what they had agreed on before. An annual salary of $10 million was equivalent to an annual salary of $8 million. There was a huge difference of $2 million. It was impossible to ignore it so easily. Harry, on the other hand, laughed out loud. What top 100 in the world? Aren't you stingy? A batch. I heard it just now. They promised treatment has lowered the standards. Is this the traditional way of your group to go back on your word? Ashley said angrily. There is a reason. Harry waved his hand. I don't care what your reason is. It has nothing to do with me. Mr. Earl, Nicholas, I can promise you that if you come to my place, your salary will be no less than $10 million. Each of your team will receive an annual salary of no less than $10 million. This, Nicholas and Earl fell silent. Their hearts were in a dilemma. In their hearts, they still preferred to go to the Key Electric Group, but the treatment was too low. However, they had to choose Harry. It seemed like the treatment given to them was very high, but they also didn't understand Harry. They were afraid that there would be some changes after they agreed to it. Besides, they knew nothing about the company under Harry's name, so they didn't dare to agree to Harry's solicitation. Harry could tell what the two of them were worried about, for he patiently said, I know you don't know me well enough, but that's fine. I could take you to my R&D and factory, and I believe you will have confidence in me. But now? Listen to me. The treatment I promised you is absolutely effective. If you're willing to come to my place, we can sign the contract now. How about it? You want to go to my factory and inspect? Harry said. Nicholas and Earl were once again in a dilemma. They were silent. Ashley, however, opened her mouth and said, "You two, today is my interview for you two. I am very busy with my work. If you don't sign the contract now, then I can only treat it as your refusal to enter the Key Electric Group." No, Director Ashley, wait for a moment. Let me think about it. Nicholas quickly stretched out his hand and signaled. "What are you thinking about? It's fine if they don't go to this lousy company, but even if they produce products in the future, they will not be able to open up a market. They will not be able to compete with me." Harry chuckled. Ashley was not convinced and said, "Where did you get the confidence to say that? Our company is rich and our technology is first rate. Why do you think that your products are better than ours?" Harry shook his head. "I won't tell you business secrets, but you will know the truth soon. I'll never lie." "Then let's wait and see." Ashley probably did not have the patience and directly packed up the contract on the table. She stood up and wanted to leave. Nicholas and Earl, on the other hand, became anxious. "Wait, Director Ashley, don't leave. We haven't said anything yet." Ashley asked coldly, "Okay, I will ask you one last time. Do you still want to enter the Key Electric Group?" Nicholas and Earl said at the same time, "Yes, of course I do, but can we talk about the treatment?" Harry, who was sitting at the side, shook his head as he listened. This so-called HR director's attitude is so arrogant. It looks like she won't make any concessions. Nicholas and Earl wanted to continue discussing the issue of treatment with her. This was simply wishful thinking. Their attitude had already made it clear that if they would come if they wanted to. If they didn't want to, the Key Electric Group wouldn't need to the two of them. Although Harry wasn't a chicken, in their eyes, there were a huge difference between him and the Key Electric Group. However, the Key Electric Group did not lack talents. If Nicholas and Earl went there, they would not be able to realize their career goals. At the very least, they would not be valued by the higher ups of the company. However, it was different with Harry. Harry's career had just started, and he needed a lot of talents. If Nicholas and Earl chose to follow Harry, then they would become the elders of Harry's company in the future. With Harry's personality of being lenient to his subordinates, their future would be even better. Unfortunately, when the crossroads of life were right in front of them, most people would inadvertently choose the wrong path. Now, it all depended on what choice the two of them would make. Harry was not in a hurry. He sat on the chair and calmly sipped his tea. Sure enough, Ashley's patience was completely gone when she heard that they still needed to talk about treatment. She said with a cold smile, "You two, I think you're taking yourselves too seriously. What kind of place is the Key Electric Group? Giving you two an olive branch is already a gift to you. Don't you think that you're being too greedy to ask for more?" These words made Nicholas and Earl very angry. They also had their own pride, especially now that they were standing in front of Harry. Being ridiculed by Ashley like this, no matter how good their temper was, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Nicholas said angrily, "Director Ashley, we're just arguing based on facts. You don't have to be mean to us, right?" "That's right. You have been arrogant ever since we met. Do you really think we have to enter the Key Electric Group?" Earl was also filled with righteous indignation. "Oh, if that's the case, didn't Mr. Parker give you guys a choice just now? You guys can go to his side." Ashley sneered. Harry smiled and nodded, thinking that this was the effect he wanted. Initially, he was worried that he would not be able to snatch the person away, but he did not expect Ashley to be so awesome that she pushed the person to the side in a matter of seconds. If it was not for the fact that he did not know Ashley, Harry might have pushed her to his side. And it was because that she was a spy he had sent to Key Electric Group. This... Nicholas was silent for a moment. Then he turned to look at Harry. Earl also had a conflicted expression. Knowing that now was not the time to calm down and drink tea, Harry stood up and said, "I say, both of you, since the Key Electric Group looks down on you, why are you still in a hurry to get close to their butt?" Ashley heard Harry's words and her face instantly turned red. She spat. "Rude." Harry laughed and did not mind. He continued, "It's still the same sentence. Come and work with me. I'll treat you well. I'm generous to my subordinates. As long as you make a contribution, I can give you anything. How about it? Think about it." At this point, what more did Nicholas and Earl need to talk about? The Key Electric Group looked down on them. Naturally, they would think highly of their people. Furthermore, it was right in front of them. As a saying goes, a man dies for his own good. The king treats me like a kingdom knight, and I treat the king like a kingdom knight. Facing Harry's generous invitations, the two of them were finally moved. But even though they were moved, it also carried the feeling of thinking highly of Harry and others. However, things still had to be done in a fair and proper manner. Faced with a choice of work in the future, two of them had to be careful. After all, they knew nothing about Harry. They lowered their heads and thought for a while before slowly saying, Mr. Parker, you think so highly of us. Of course, we have to give you a face. It's just that we don't really understand the situation on Mr. Parker's side. Harry raised his hand and interrupted them. That was easy to say. My factory is in Florida. It's better to run into a new day than to run into a new one. Today I'll bring you guys there to take a look. Both of them were surprised when they heard what Harry said. They wanted to know more about the situation before agreeing to Harry's offer. If everything was true, then they really wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Thus, the two of them said in unison, All right, let's go and take a look. Ah, don't worry, I can guarantee that it will open your eyes wide and give you a huge shock. You definitely won't regret doing the job. Let's go. Harry let out a loud laugh and walked outside. When he passed by Ashley, Harry smiled and said, I advise your group not to create electronic products and electric cars. They will be suppressed by me sooner or later. Harry was speaking from the bottom of his heart, and he also had the confidence to say such words, because he had absolute confidence in the technology in his hands. However, to Ashley, this was undoubtedly a pipe dream. What kind of company was Key Electric Group? As long as one wanted to concentrate on one thing, there was nothing that could not be done. The resources that this kind of super large corporation possessed were unimaginable. How could it be taken down by an individual with no background? It was simply a huge joke. "Ah, let me give you a piece of advice. You should save your money and enjoy your life. Otherwise, when you take out your products, you will find out that you can't open the market and you will go bankrupt sooner or later." Ashley did not show any weakness and said. Harry smiled and nodded. Very good. I like to see you look so ignorant and confident. Keep it up. After saying that, he left Ashley behind and left with Nicholas and Earl. The group walked out of Titan Oasis Clubhouse and saw that the two male assistants who were beaten up by Tiny Tim earlier, they were still baring their teeth and lying on the ground, unable to get up. There were supposed to be on-duty personnel and security guards at the entrance of the clubhouse. There were also many pedestrians on the road. But nowadays, no one dared to meddle in the business of strangers on the streets. As for the people of Titan Oasis Clubhouse, they didn't dare to lend them a helping hand because no one, including Titan Oasis boss, dared to offend Harry. Thus, the two male assistants were left hanging on the street, surrounded by people coming and going. When Nicholas and Earl saw this scene, they were a little puzzled by how Harry had offended the people of Key Electric Group. They had no idea where Harry got the courage to beat up the people of Key Electric Group, especially when they were out on official business. They also didn't know how Mr. Parker would defend against the Key Electric Group's revenge in the future, especially Ashley, who didn't seem like a kind person. She was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Unwittingly, a look of worry appeared in their eyes. Not only were they worried that Harry would get revenge, but they also worried that Harry might not be able to bear the consequences in the future. They were worried that the flames of the hatred would attract the two of them. In comparison, the two of them were really small figures. In the face of the thunderous fury of the Key Electric Group, they were not even considered ants. In the end, just as the two of them were worrying, they saw Tiny Tim, who was leading the way for Harry. He felt that the two male assistants lying on the ground were in the way, so he kicked one of them to the side. This way, the worried expressions on Nicholas and Earl's faces became even more intense. Ashley, who followed closely behind, also saw this scene and instantly became furious. The two male assistants were not only their identities on the surface, but they were also the two faces that she had raised for a long time. Not only were they good looking, but they were also skilled. They were also very obedient and could serve her comfortably every time. When beating a dog, it still had to depend on the owner. In the end, they were beaten up so badly that they were not even comparable to a dog in front of her. The key was that it was still on the street, which made it so that it was even worse than a dog. Where would Ashley, the company's HR director, put her face? You, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Ashley shouted at Harry. Harry turned around and looked at her with a smile. Oh, it's just two dogs with poor eyesight. The dogs don't block the way. What do you want? Ashley raised her hand and pointed at Harry. Her flat chest heaved up and down. Do you believe that I will report today's matter to the company when I go back? Uh, does this have anything to do with me? Harry asked doubtfully. Ashley saw that Harry really did not understand and immediately choked. I reported to the company, and you will not have a good life. Our company can easily crush you with our hands. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Disc. Then use whatever means you have. I'll be waiting. Harry waved his hand and sat in the car elegantly. Ashley watched Harry's car drive away and was so angry that she cursed. It was the first time that she had met such a stubborn person. In the past, whenever she revealed the name of the director of human resources in Key Electric Group, everyone would be respectful to her. However, Harry did not fall for her tricks. Even if she said that she wanted the company's power to take revenge, Harry was not afraid at all. Ashley really did not know where his confidence came from. Sitting in Harry's car, Nicholas and Earl's eyes were unfocused. They really did not expect that this was just an interview. Who would have thought that there would be so many twists and turns? Especially since Harry had offended Ashley to death today. They heard that their identity was not only the director of the Key Electric Group's Human Resources Department, but also a relative of a member of the Key Electric Group's board of directors. When she returned to the company, if she really wanted to take revenge, board of directors would definitely support her. Today, Harry had offended the entire Key Electric Group, including the two of them. It felt like this was an undeserved disaster. Harry could tell that the two of them were not calm. He smiled and asked indifferently, "What, do you think that I shouldn't have offended that woman?" Earl forced a smile and didn't say anything, but Nicholas was a straightforward person. He said, "Mr. Parker, I think it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Ashley will definitely stir up trouble when she goes back. What if the Key Electric Group really starts to take revenge?" Harry shook his head. "Don't you all understand? Even if I don't teach that woman a lesson, she will still clash with the Key Electric Group in the near future. There will be a grudge between us sooner or later." What do you mean by that?" The two of them were just highly skilled. They definitely couldn't understand the big picture. Harry did not mind the trouble and patiently explained, "Key Electric Group is going to start a physical project, and I'm also doing it. Moreover, the products are overlapping, so I will definitely become a competitor in the future." "Ah, I think I've thought it through, right? In the future, the Key Electric Group products will not be able to compete with each other. Mine, that's why I can't compete with them openly. Key Electric Group will definitely pull some tricks. As the saying goes, a business is like a battlefield. I have already prepared for this situation," Harry said. Nicholas and Earl finally understood why Harry wanted to make enemies for no reason. Because sooner or later, they would be enemies. It didn't matter if they were one day earlier or one day later. However, they still couldn't understand why Harry was so sure that the products he produced in the future would be better than those produced by the Electric Group. Even if Harry had mastered advanced technology, it was still unknown how much advanced it could be. Moreover, the current market, especially the electronics market, often did not have a larger market share because of advanced technology. It also depended on the marketing operation, especially with the top marketing team. Even worthless junk could be sold at the price of gold. Let's give a real life example. That was a must have item for successful people. Its overall performance and practicality were not even comparable to $1,000 domestic products. In the end, it was sold for more than $10,000, and it had quite a sales volume. Even if Harry's technology was advanced, how long could it last? At most, it would occupy the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before his competitors would research him in the opposite direction. Then he would take out a more advanced product and use its base price to suppress Harry. For the Key Electric Group, this was a piece of cake. You could see the doubts and puzzlement of the two men. Harry shook his head and smiled. He didn't explain any further. Now that he had said it, it was just empty words. He would understand once he took them to the research lab. What did he mean by one man can defeat 10 men? When technology was more advanced than an era, what the competitors felt was not pressure, but helplessness and despair. Harry did not need to worry about reverse research. His trump card was the Artificial Intelligence X. The Artificial Intelligence terminal server was always in his hands. Even if his opponents researched it, they could only research a bunch of conventional electronic components. Harry's real trump card was virtual. Without the source of code of artificial intelligence, they wouldn't be able to produce a product on the same level as Harry, even if they racked their brains. As for the so-called top marketing team, In Harry's eyes, they were a bunch of useless people. Nowadays, if they wanted to sell products for the same thing, saying 10,000 good words was not as effective as saying cheap things. The products that Harry prepared would not only have one target group of customers, they would definitely be divided into high and low grade products based on the standard of consumption. The technology was advanced and the performance was superior. There were luxurious products that could be shown off, and there were cheap products that could be satisfied by demand of the public. Were they still worried that the public could not buy them? However, there was no need to tell Nicholas and Earl about the operations in the future. The two of them just needed to focus on the design. Everyone in the car had their own thoughts. Finally, they arrived outside Harry's Research Institute. Looking at the ordinary buildings in front of them, Nicholas and Earl, who had gotten out of the car, felt a little disappointed. Harry had always said how awesome his own technology was. Not only did it make the two of them associate it with each other, but it also made them think that the research institute that they were about to arrive at was a very high and mighty existence. However, when they arrived at the place, they discovered that it was just an ordinary villa. Although the villa was very luxurious, it was not proper to use it as a research institute. It was like a family workshop. The two of them looked at each other with disappointment in their eyes. Harry laughed and cheered them up. Don't be disappointed. As the saying goes, when the mountain is not high, there will be an immortal rule. When the water is not deep, there will be a dragon rule. This house looks ordinary, but there are real goods inside. Mr. Parker, how many people do you have in this research institute? Nicholas asked in a low voice. Not many, just two. Oh, I need a housekeeper to take care of my daily life. There are three in total, Harry said straightforwardly. Nicholas did not know what to say anymore. The silence was a little awkward. The things that he had been worrying about before coming here seemed to have come true. He felt that Harry might really have tricked them into coming here. What kind of advanced technology could only be developed by two people's research institutes? Even if they added a babysitter, it would be useless. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of the fierce-looking Tiny Tim, Nicholas and Earl would definitely have turned around and left. If they could catch up to Ashley and put in some good words, they might even be able to ask for her forgiveness and regain the qualifications to enter the key electric group. Although the treatment that was given was less than what they had promised before, after all, it was a legitimate company, and they were also one of the top 100 giants in the world. What was there in Harry's place? It was just a small villa that looked like a luxury, and it was even a research institute. There wasn't even a sign hanging at the door. Harry could tell what the two of them were thinking, but he didn't say anything. In any case, he had already dragged them back. There was no way they could run away. He called out, "Don't just stand there. Come, I'll bring you guys in to take a look. It'll definitely be an eye-opener." The two of them secretly glanced at Tiny Tim, who was standing beside them with a fierce expression. At this moment, he was staring at the two of them with a threatening gaze. Suddenly, they felt a wave of fear in their hearts. Wasn't this forcing them to do something they were forced to do? Today, they could be considered to have boarded a pirate ship. It was really an eye-opener to use the villa as a research institute. No matter how helpless they felt in their hearts under Harry's warm invitation and Tiny Tim's threatening gaze, the two of them still obediently followed him in. After entering the villa, they looked at the messy decorations inside, as if they had nothing to live for. This was not like a research institute. It was like a black internet cafe with messy lines everywhere. It was hard to even find the place where he had fallen. Stephen and Callie, who had just arrived, were both technical geeks. They were obsessed with their own research world and could not extricate themselves from it. As long as the equipment could be used, it was fine as long as it could be used. They would definitely not waste their time and effort to arrange it neatly. Harry had hired a housekeeper to take care of their daily lives. Usually, she would wash clothes, cook, and clean. She did not dare to touch their equipment, especially those messy lines. She was afraid that she would ruin their research if she moved even a little bit. This was a big deal. She might even be fired. The babysitter was not cultured, but she was diligent and innocent. Harry only hired her because of this, and he paid her a few times more than what he paid outside. The nanny did not want to lose such a lucrative job, so although the villa was messy, it was very clean. After Harry walked in with his men, the nanny who was cleaning the furniture saw it first. She immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." "Yes," Harry responded kindly. He was very satisfied with this nanny called Mallory. Harry had personally experienced how dirty and messy this place was in the past. He didn't expect her to clean it up so quickly after hiring her. It was really rare to have such diligence. Harry had even thought of transferring her to his manor. Mallory had already greeted Harry. Stephen and Callie were still immersed in their computers in the living room, fiddling with something. They didn't know that Harry had come at all. "Stephen, Callie!" Harry shouted loudly. It could not be helped. If he had not shouted loudly, the two of them would have not known that he was there. When the two of them finished studying the things in their hands, it would be even more unknown when they would have to wait. Harry could only wake the two of them up. Who is it? Didn't you say that I'm researching the most important thing?" Stephen turned around unhappily. He was shocked when he saw that Harry had come with two strangers. "Hey, Harry, when did you come? How come I didn't know about it?" Harry laughed. "When you find out, you still won't know." "Yeah, these two are—" Stephen scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, "Let me introduce them to you. This is Nicholas and this is Earl. They will be in charge of the design of the new products in the future. This is Stephen and this beauty is Callie. They're both research and development staff on my side." Harry introduced them to both sides. "Designers, welcome, welcome. Please take a seat, don't stand there," Stephen greeted. He was a homebody, but it was natural for him to interact with others. Callie was different. This genius student had a very high IQ, but her social skills was average when it came to receiving gifts. She had not said a word since she saw Harry bring people in. Harry did not mind. He said to Callie, "How can you have a place to sit here? I brought these two to visit. You can introduce the technology of our products to them." There really weren't many places in the villa that could sit. The sofa in the living room had long been moved away. It was to make room for Stephen and the others. Furthermore, they weren't here today to reminisce about old times. Harry wanted to show Nicholas and Earl his skill and strength so that the two of them could stay here and work wholeheartedly. After Stephen found out Harry's intentions of bringing his men here, he immediately greeted them warmly. In terms of skills, he had more than enough to say. He didn't care about how Nicholas and Earl forced themselves to smile. He pulled them to the computer and began to introduce them endlessly. As Stephen pointed at the blueprint and the data on the screen and explained, Nicholas and Earl started to doubt each other, and their expressions slowly changed. In the end, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Even though they were designing the exterior design, it was not that they did not understand the data of the product's functions. After listening for a while, the two of them looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Stephen very seriously and asked, "What you said is true?" Stephen said with an unquestionable tone, "Then it's not true. Let me tell you. Don't think that I'm just talking on paper. We have real people." The two of them were surprised, and their understanding of this research institute in the villa was even more subverted. The other technologies were still all right. They were just slightly more advanced than the current ones, but Harry had the most important thing: artificial intelligence and super batteries. These were two technologies that had not been developed in the world for many years, and there were not even a glimmer of hope. For electronic products, the best thing that could be thought of was the AI with high intelligence and the battery technology with high density that could be filled up quickly. Although they also had the technology to charge quickly, it could only be used on small batteries. Harry's side was too shocking. Even electric cars could be charged quickly. Moreover, it was a really fast charge. One cigarette was enough. It could also be used to extend the battery for thousands of kilometers. The key was that the battery's lifespan was far beyond the current battery technology. If this was true, after the product was introduced into the market, it would definitely cause a subversive effect. For other similar types of products, it would be a disaster like the end of the world. No wonder Harry had always been so confident. He really had confidence. Nicholas and Earl's shock in their hearts could no longer be measured. It was one thing to have a super battery, but there was still artificial intelligence. Stephen even showed the two of them the functions of X excitedly. The level of intelligence could only be seen in science fiction movies. With these two trump cards, as long as the product was produced, it would immediately occupy the entire market. No wonder Harry didn't even put electronic group in his eyes. It turned out that he really had the ability. The key was that Harry wasn't worried that his technology would be researched in the opposite direction. Not to mention artificial intelligence, even if his competitors wanted to research it, they wouldn't be able to do so. As for super batteries, Although his competitors could obtain physical objects, Harry had already asked Stephen to make an anti-dissembling system. As long as the super battery was assembled, it could not be disassembled. Once it was violently disassembled, the built-in system would immediately activate the self-destruction system. In an instant, the components within the battery would be burnt to ashes. If he wanted to research it in reverse, he would have to first understand a pile of ash before doing anything else. As for his competitors, they would use underhanded means to send a commercial spy disguised as an employee to infiltrate Harry's factory and steal the battery formula and technology. Harry did not need to worry about this either. He built the factory above Industrial Island, and it was originally closed to the outside world. In addition, Harry's factory was called an intelligent factory. In the future, there would not be much manpower. The manufacturing inside was all done by the robots controlled by X. Limited employees didn't care about production. They were only responsible for operating and didn't have access to the core of the technology. Therefore, even if they wanted to bribe him, they couldn't complete it. Harry wasn't a holy mother. Why should he let others know about the technology he obtained? If he left it in his hands, it could also serve people all over the world. For the entire afternoon, Nicholas and Earl were amazed and in disbelief as they understood Harry's technical abilities. The physical demonstration of the product had changed their minds, and they no longer thought Harry was a liar. With such awesome strength, what did Electric Group count as? They could crush them in minutes. In the foreseeable future, Harry would be a rising world-class giant. It would be fine if Key Electric Group understood the situation, but if they had to compete with Harry, they would probably die a miserable death. Perhaps they would be able to witness the fall of a world-class giant. Just thinking about it made them very excited. Nicholas and Earl couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. They looked at Harry together and said, "Mr. Parker, we have decided to work with you from now on." Harry looked calm. This was what he had expected. As long as they were not blind or stupid, they would have no other choice after they realized Harry's skill and strength. They would have meat to eat in the future if they followed Harry. If they chose to leave, they would have to wait for the day when they lost their jobs. All right, you'll be my employees from now on. We will sign the official contract tomorrow," Harry agreed with a smile. Nicholas and Earl hurriedly nodded. They wished that they could sign it now, not to mention tomorrow. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen. "Oh, we have more or less finished looking at the research institute. I will bring you the future factory to take a look." Harry waved his hand and said, "Okay, Mr. Parker. Stephen, Callie, you guys can continue your work. I'm going to Industrial Island." Harry called out. Stephen quickly asked, "Hey, wait a minute. When is the new research institute on the island completed? There are more and more equipment here that can't be arranged anymore." As their research went deeper and deeper, they needed more equipment. After all, this was a villa. Although the area was still okay, it was very inconvenient to put the equipment in for research. In particular, large-scale equipment with high power consumption could not be used here. Therefore, when Harry said he wanted to build a new research institute, Stephen could not wait anymore. Harry comforted him. "Don't worry, a new research institute isn't something that could be built just like that. This place will only be built once." After saying that, he brought Nicholas and Earl out. When they walked out of the villa, the two of them still hadn't had enough. They turned around and looked for a while. What they just learned hadn't been digested in a short period of time. They only understood one thing. Don't look down on this place. It really had the power to overturn the world. However, Stephen wasn't stupid. When he introduced the two of them, he only talked about some things on the surface. The real technical core was very general, and they couldn't understand it anyway. However, because of the principle of confidentiality, they had to hide it. These two people were still newbies and not Harry's direct line of descent. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Therefore, regardless of whether they understood it or not, Stephen kept some of the most crucial technical details a secret. Harry also understood this point. Although he sincerely invited these two people to work, it did not mean that he would take out all of his old secrets. Furthermore, the two of them would be manufacturing products in the future, so it was useless to say too much. Because it was getting late and the sky was getting dark, Harry chose to take the two of them to the helicopter to get a clear view of the industrial island when the sun was still up. When they arrived at the sky above the industrial island, Nicholas and Earl were completely stunned. The industrial island had already been certified by the design blueprint and had officially begun construction. The entire island was filled with a lively construction scene. Looking down from the sky, It was a spectacular sight. Such a large industrial area once again dispelled the doubts in their hearts. They firmly decided to stay here and work for Harry. Just as Harry thought, it was better to say 10,000 words than to bring someone to take a look. There was nothing to light up. Even if he said it out loud, he wouldn't recruit a high-level talent. When the plane landed on the industrial island, the scene was spectacular. On the sea surface of the port, there were endless ships transporting construction materials. The island was filled with construction vehicles. Not long after, the entire island's planning could be seen. Harry led the people and informed them as they walked. This is the new research institute of the future. Behind it is the office building. In front of it is the garage area of the factory, and in the middle of the island is the geothermal power station. Seeing the industrial park that occupied an entire island, Nicholas and Earl was also very excited. This place would be their workplace from now on. The entire island was focused on research and development and food production. There were also very good conditions for working and living here, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied about. Thinking back to the advanced technology they had just seen, the two of them were filled with pride. From now on, they would be the leaders of the world's most advanced electronic products. To be able to participate in such a factory and personally design future products was a great feeling. Mr. Parker, don't worry. We'll work for you from now on. We'll be loyal and only loyal to you. Nicholas quickly expressed his stance. Earl also said, Mr. Parker, me too. I promise to give you the best I can, to design the best product for you. Harry nodded. He was satisfied. Very good. As long as you work hard, I will not treat you badly. After saying that, he remembered that this time, it wasn't just the two of them who were recruited, but also the entire team behind them. He said, oh, right. When you come to sign the contract, ask everyone in your team to sign it together. The treatment will be the same as what I said before. I won't treat you unfairly. Yes, I'll inform them when I get back, the two of them said excitedly. Although they couldn't enter the Key Electric group, it was still better to follow Harry, a boss with potential, better than to choose the Key Electric group. The subordinates might not understand, but they believed that as long as they explained what they had seen and heard today in detail, no one would be stupid enough to refuse to come here. After finishing his instructions, Harry sent the helicopter he had sent to send the two of them back to Florida City. Ashley returned to the headquarters of Key Electric Group's company with a head full of anger. Although she was the human resources director of one of the top 100 companies in the world, Ashley did not have any patience or self-restraint. Now that she returned to the company, she immediately went to find a director who was related to her. Uncle. Oh, Ashley's back. Did the contract go smoothly today? Peyton, one of the executive directors of the Electric Group, asked. What did it go smoothly for? I ran into a rotten person who ruined the contract, Ashley said angrily. Peyton sat up in surprise and asked, What's going on? Tell me, is there anyone else who dares to provoke our Key Electric Group? Uncle, you don't know. Today, as expected, Ashley exaggerated the conflict between her and Harry. She did not mention how arrogant she was, but fabricated the truth. She said that Harry looked down on Key Electric Group and that he was prepared to destroy the company's plan to start the materialization. After a long time, Ashley drank a glass of water to moisten her throat. Peyton, on the other hand, was deep in thought. He knew that his niece had always been arrogant and despotic because of the company's influence, so he did not believe these words. However, the matter of Harry and the Key Electric Group snatching people had attracted his attention. The new project of electronic products was a long-term plan that the company had prepared for a long time. Relying on the large amount of users and good brand reputations, Peyton did not think that there would be many strong competitors. However, as one of the executives of the company, Peyton was still very cautious. He would not easily ignore an inconspicuous opponent. He asked, This person you're talking about, what does he do now? Let me think. There seems to be a company called Star Moon Entertainment. He's the boss. Ashley frowned and thought about it. Entertainment company? Hayden said in surprise. He never thought that the person who came to rob the company was actually the boss of an entertainment company. This made Peyton feel very funny. Since when did people in the entertainment industry start to do real business? This is simply a joke, Peyton said with a sneer. Uncle, no matter what he did in the past, now he's competing with us. If we don't get rid of him, the other competitors will look down on our group. Ashley was afraid that Peyton would not mind and reminded him. Peyton nodded. That's true. However, it was effortless to deal with such a small character. He could be killed with just a finger. Then, Uncle, hurry up and ask someone to do it. I've had enough of this person's anger today. Peyton waved his hand and smiled. Hey, no rush, no rush. I will investigate this person's background first. As he spoke, he started searching for information about the Star Moon Entertainment on his computer. The information that came out of the internet gave Peyton a shock. The company had only been established for a year, but it had already had 2 world-class celebrities. It even created a super popular girl group. There was also a total of dozens of artists under Star Moon Entertainment who had signed contracts. Each of them had millions of fans. The 2 movies produced by the company were blockbuster and made a lot of money. Even Peyton was shocked by the speed at which they earned money. The strangest thing was that, as the boss of Star Moon Entertainment, Harry's identity was very mysterious. He could not find any information at all. All of this made Peyton, who had been looking down on him, pay more attention to him. His identity was unknown, and he couldn't get any information about his property. Peyton felt a bit of pressure. If he let this kind of opponent compete with the company for the same project, he might really be threatened. With his status, as long as he could casually give orders, there were many ways to make Harry quit the electronics industry. Ashley looked at her uncle's gloomy face and could not hold her temper any longer. She could not help but ask, What are you thinking? Do you still want to teach Harry a lesson? What are you worried about? Peyton said faintly. Who am I? Is there a need to lower yourself to deal with such an unimportant person? Peyton said. So what do you suggest? What should I do? Stupid. Find my men later and ask them to send out a few people. Don't they want to do this? Peyton criticized. Ashley muttered softly. If you don't agree, how can I make your men do this? Now I agree. Go and find someone. Just say that I ordered it. You keep causing trouble for me all day long. You can't do proper business at all. If you don't work properly, don't come to the company anymore. Peyton reprimanded. Ashley was rebuked until her face turned red in mortification. She quickly left the office. After the door closed, Peyton sat down on his chair. He looked at the computer screen in front of him and could not help thinking about Harry's background. He didn't know if it was right to help Ashley vent her anger this time. What if Harry caused trouble for the company? Very quickly, he dispelled the idea. From the current information, Harry didn't have any terrifying background. He was just a common person. This was nothing to worry about. Considering this, Peyton quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. However, Ashley's views were different. She had to teach Harry a lesson. After finding Peyton's trusted subordinate, the older and the younger sister angrily ordered them to find and trouble Harry. Ashley not only wanted to destroy the factory that Harry was currently building, but also make Harry's entertainment company collapse and shut it down. Only then would she be able to vent her anger and avenge herself. With Peyton's agreement, his men also accepted Ashley's orders and immediately began to take action on the plan. As Peyton's trusted aides, they were already very familiar with these kinds of troublemakings. There were hundreds of ways to deal with those who were disobedient. Though Peyton had always asked them not to make a big fuss, as he wanted this matter to be dealt with in just the right way without inviting any trouble for himself or his company. So he only used ordinary ways. Meanwhile, Harry, who was far away in Florida, had no idea about these things. He was still leisurely living his life in the manor. The construction of the industrial island was also going on step by step, and the progress was fast-paced. In just a few days, the projected structure of the island could be seen. In another month's time, the workshop would be completed too. At the same time, Harry could arrange the production line and try to manufacture some experimental models. Just as Harry thought that everything was going smoothly, trouble ringed in. The first one to appear was the seller who provided Harry with construction materials. Sir, these companies said that the price of materials for the second phase is going to be raised, Mr. Cross reported. Harry was puzzled. Why? They haven't been any fluctuations in the market recently, right? Mr. Cross nodded. The market price is very stable, but it is aimed at our side to increase the price. Harry asked, What's the reason? They must justify the increase in price, right? It is said that the supply of goods is tight, and if we import the goods from other places, the cost of transportation will be included. Harry said, Any such situation actually there? Have you investigated? I have investigated it. There is no trace of it. There's a flourishing supply of raw materials in Florida, which is more than enough to cater us. Harry sneered. And they're trying to fool me for more money, he said angrily. Although he was rich, he had a lot of money, Harry would treat this behavior as malpractice. There was obviously sufficient supply of goods, yet they increased the price and were trying to get more sum from Harry. But did they think that his money was that easy to get? In that case, cancel their supply contract and contact other suppliers in the region or get one from somewhere else, Harry ordered. Mr. Cross felt a little unconvinced. But this way, we still have to buy construction materials at a higher price. If the suppliers from other places provide us with the materials, the cost of transportation will really increase. Harry waved his hand. It's fine. We just buy it at a higher price. I'm willing to spend money, but not be fooled by these local suppliers. Subordinate feels that if we talk to these people again, there might be room for negotiation, Mr. Cross said in a lower voice. Mr. Cross was already used to Harry's willfulness. In order to get things right, he was willing to spend more money. And why wouldn't he? He had the capability of hundreds of billions of dollars, so he was really not afraid of these local suppliers. However, his subordinates he had to give some consideration to his master's plan. But if he could save some money for Harry, he'd still give it a shot. Harry said with disdain, "What's there to talk about? Not a single one of them is reliable. Since they have ulterior motives, I'm not doing any business with them. All of them can just get the hell out." But this money is really, Mr. Cross was still a little hesitant. I'm okay with spending this money. Just leave with the finances to me. You should do it as soon as possible. Don't delay the construction of Industrial Island. All right, I'll contact him right away. Mr. Cross left helplessly. The new supplier was quickly contacted. The price was not that high, and it was within their budget. However, the cost of transporting them from afar would indeed increase by a large amount. The local supplier's plan failed miserably. Though they didn't want to increase the price, people of Key Electric Group came to them and ordered them to do so. None of these small suppliers dared to offend the people of Key Electric Group, so they could only obey their orders. They originally thought that if the price of the raw materials were increased, Harry would either stop work on his island construction and discuss it with them, or endure the high price of the raw materials to complete construction first. And these small suppliers could also steadily earn more money. But Harry amazed them all. This savage move of Harry made Ashley's hope drop when, even after secretly using her underhanded methods, she couldn't succeed in the plan. She did not know where Harry got his confidence from. He really did not have enough money to spend. Cost was high. Did he not care? But Ashley was not yet done. He had another plan. If the raw materials were not a problem for him, then she would attack the builder next to interrupt the flow of his construction. There were many construction companies on the industrial island that contracted Harry's project, but they were not big companies with deep foundations.